Test 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2. Two, 2 1 2. Sunday the 22nd of October 2023, day 2 of the Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club Spectacular. Top temperature of around about 31. The wind currently coming from the south. Craig Lynn's my name on behalf of the Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club. A very warm welcome to every one of you, both here at the venue and of course those watching at home on the GP Hydro live stream on the YouTube channel there, both people here in Australia and overseas. A warm welcome to you. The Hunter River, of course, this weekend, Raymond Terrace, just west of the township of Newcastle, for those at home. We had a wonderful day 1. Unfortunately, we had a major accident late in the afternoon. For those here at the venue or at home watching, Ryan Constable turned sideways and was very, very lucky indeed. Initial reports on Ryan. He's
okay, sore knees and the like.
That's about all good news there is. He's in need of some major repairs. Ryan not here at the venue today, so unfortunately I can't advise any further. But it was a very, very nasty incident, and fortunately everyone was okay. Yeah, we'll move on. We had some tremendous racing all through the classes. We kicked off the day with some of our new drivers with the Formula 1 Tunnelwads, with a couple of the new guys on the scene. Our 95 mile per hour class was very, very strong indeed. We had 5 or 6 places competing and a number of different winners in each race. Our 6 leaders were absolutely unbelievable, highlighted by the silver bullet, of course, Chris Pugsley, but we had some really good competition there from young James Clark from South Australia, the Adelaide Speedway Club. Of course, fellow Adelaidean is, of course, Mark Evan-Reuter in Reuters. Great to see Brendan Mason back behind the wheel today. He had a terrible case of food poisoning yesterday. His good mate Michael Newton filling in with the driving duties of Impulse. So we can't wait to see the 6 leaders. They're running for the Greg Louis Lewis Trophy today and also 4 points in the Trojan Series. Unlimited, unbelievable racing. Reckless Tate Ramsey has continued on his merry way. Of course, Australia's winningest driver in the last 12 months. He was very, very strong indeed. He was part of the field that we saw that unfortunate accident with Ryan Constable. So, but the big dollars are being paid today for the Ray Warmsley Memorial. But he's got some very, very stiff competition. We saw Dave Clark from South Australia. Dave's one of his best races seen for a long, long time yesterday, so we're hoping to replicate that. 21 races today, ladies and gentlemen. There's plenty of food and drink vendors on the course. Tons of coffee. The Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club have their barbecue and the like going. We've got Quino's Quick Snaps with all the wonderful photos and prints and framed pictures. and so there's plenty for us to admire today. Well, our first race will be on the water very shortly.
There, Scott. So just a modification to our program, ladies and gents. We've got 19 races planned. Race 1 will be Heat 4 of the weekend for our 95 mile per hour class. Heat 4 of the outboards, and then we start getting into the heavy hitters. It'll be Heats 1A and 1B for the Greg High Flyer Bush Trophy for 6 litres. Then we move into Heat 1 of the Ray Joe Warmsley Unlimited Trophy. So we've got some big races coming up, ladies and gents. Hope everyone at home has got those odd jobs done so they can switch on the telecast of courtesy of Scotty Lambert, GB Hydro live stream on the YouTube. Got two wonderful cameramen, Neil and Paul. So the 95 horsepower boats, they're coming down the ramp as we speak. For anyone that isn't aware of how the speed classes do work, they must be naturally aspirated, no forced induction, no turbocharging or supercharging, and they are limited to 95 mile per hour. At no stage during the race must they go above that 95 mile per hour mark. As soon as they do, they're all fitted with GPSs. Once they do go over that 95, officials will automatically disqualify them. We saw some wonderful racing yesterday. As I said in the introduction, we saw a number of different winners. It was great to see a guy I've never seen race before, Glenn Brown, in the boat Steptoe, and another guy also for running for KJR Haulage, one of our great sponsors. Young Curdy there in Just Send It. Speaking of Kurt, he's just passing us here on the main straight. So Kurt Rod, driver of Senate, had a smile on the dial this morning. He just couldn't wait to get behind the wheel, and he took a lot of confidence out of his drive yesterday. We saw both Kurt and Glenn in the boats Just Send It and Steptoe, respectively. Two guys that I haven't seen race before, but I tell you what, they did a fabulous job against seasoned competitors like Mick McIntosh in the boat Time Out. Ronda Walkovich, you'll see Ronda on the water in the beautiful Hot Lemon. Ronda, a member of the Taree Aquatic Powerboat Club. We see Steptoe just passing us here. You can see the beautiful yellow Hot Lemon of Ronda Walkovich. The guy, he's a Hall of Famer, Mr. Anthony Nibbs, at the recent Vintage and Veteran Club Hall of Fame night. Driver of Eliminator was inducted to the Hall of Fame. All his efforts supports a lot of clubs, both here in New South Wales and interstate. He's always helping his fellow competitors, and it was a wonderful induction into the Hall of Fame. So anyone that hasn't been to circuit powerboat racing before, you'll see the start boat that has the white flag aloft. That's an indication for our drivers to follow that boat up to the southern end of the course. They will mill around at in that area until given instructions by our officials. Once the water conditions do settle, the naming rights for this weekend, it is the AW Pools front straight, the Banister Marine back straight, the Junction Inn Hotel Northern Turnbuoy. That's at the bridge end of the end of the course. And the southern turn is the Polytherm Pool and Restoration southern turn. So you're going to hear Polytherm, you're going to hear AW Pools, you're going to hear Junction Inn and Banister Marine a hell of a lot during the races. We've got a number of sponsors that we wish to thank, and we'll start commencing that after this first heat. Just while we're waiting, the Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club, they do have a lot of merchandise for sale. They've got some wonderful event t-shirts. The white ones are $35 each, all sizes catered. They have the black t-shirts, only $20, I believe.
They were restricted. They only had a few left late yesterday of extra large, so they were $20. They're located where the barbecue area is. So pole positions are out of 1, just send it, out of 2, eliminator, out of 3, step toe, out of 4, hot lemon, and we're missing timeout Mick McIntosh. So hopefully, I didn't see Mick in the pits this morning, so maybe that issue he had yesterday was terminal. Just been advised Mick McIntosh broke a propeller shaft yesterday. So Mick won't be with us at all today. Bad luck for Mick. Been a very strong campaigner over the last 12 months. Wind coming from the south and coming straight down the course. Currently got a run-in tide. So we still have a white flag aloft our start boat, and the flag does go down, so we have a start, ladies and gentlemen. Walkovich on the outside and hot lemon coming into the junction in French turn. And moving on to the Banister Marine back straight. Right back in third for Ronda Walkovich in hot lemon in fourth place. On the AW Curls front straight to complete one lap. And Ronda Walkovich in hot lemon. The next time around on the Banister Marine. officials have cleared the GPS units to ensure that the boats didn't go any faster than 95 miles per hour at any stage during that race. Race 2 of the day. We've got two of our new races in the tunnel boats. They just want to spend a little bit of time on the water, and due to our small boat count this weekend, we're going to give them some time on the water. You'll see Greg Lambert in the Lambert Racing 777 machine, and the Bud Light boat of Scott Krauss. Now, a lot of people will know the name Krauss. Scott's done a hell of a lot in water motorsport. A couple of years ago, he was the Australian jet ski champion. So he's used to going left and right, not in a straight line. So we'll get Scotty on the in the interview area at some stage today, and just talk about his exploits. He's got a number of boats at Temora where he resides. A real interesting guy to talk to. So the Bud Light boat, that is the boat to be driven by Scott Krauss. The Temora Tornado, and of course the white boat, this for lovers of circuit powerboat racing, Ron Beasley built the number 14, was previously in the hands of the Fountain family. Shane Fountain drove that boat for a number of years. But Greg here this weekend, getting some time behind the wheel. He's ably assisted by Mr. Corey DeVal. Corey, one of the really good peddlers in tunnel boat racing.
we did say, there's a number of food and drink vendors on the course. Got tons of coffee with the soft serve ice cream man just fronted up. The Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club has the barbecue all ready and raring to go. Don't forget to go and see Michael Quinlan. Quino's Quick Snaps has a number of great pictures, frame prints and the like for sale. The water conditions are less than perfect at the moment. Coming up for the start, you see the white flag aloft our pole boat. So the flag is down. The boat on the inside is Greg Lambert. Excuse me, the boat on the outside, Scott Krauss. But the boat's absolutely tipping down the AW Pools front straight. Boat's just heading around Junction in. So on the Banister Marine back straight. Scott Krauss leads out. He's got a healthy lead over Greg Lambert. So Scott just coming around Polytherm Pools and Restoration and onto the AW Pools front straight. Krauss just coming out of Polytherm Pools and Restoration and onto the AW Pools front straight. Krauss currently on his last straight here on the AW Pools front straight and receiving the checkered flag. So Krauss taking the win. Just coming out of Banister Marine onto the polytherm, southern end of the course. Here's Greg Lambert, Tippy towing around the outside. Greg having a few issues late yesterday. So some really tough conditions out there for our drivers at the moment. Our pole positions for Heat 1B. 1A will come after 1B. So Reuters, Mark Ebenreuter will come out of 1. Tough Enough, James Clark out of 2. So we got the 2 guys from South Australia out of 1 and 2. And out of 3, Impulse. Great to see Brendan back here today. Had a really bad case of food poisoning yesterday. He looks a lot better. He was quite white yesterday when he did front up to the track quite late in the afternoon. So he wanted to us to thank Michael Newton for subbing the driving duties yesterday. So this is a quality field coming up. This is Heat 1B of the Greg Louis Lewis. 1A will follow. Just a reminder, everyone is welcome in the pit area. However, you must have enclosed shoes on, no thongs or bare feet, and no smoking or drinking of alcohol in the pit area. Thanks. If you have young children, if you can make sure they're supervised and restrained. Our first driver on the course, the Toughen Up boat, James Clark. It's a beautiful blue, the aqua blue boat, James Clark from the Adelaide Speedboat Club, over here this weekend with his dad Dave. The second boat on the course, we can see Impulse, the white boat, that's Brendan Mason. This is a young fella that was terribly ill with food poisoning yesterday. He's a local to these waters. And another South Australian, the red boat, Reuer's there. Mark Reuer. This is the explicit boat that Mark purchased off the Hearn family a number of years ago now. Just particularly everyone at the venue, we're going to try and really push ahead with some of these races, because currently the wind coming from the south, if it changes direction, we might be in a little bit of strife here. So we're going to try and push through as many races as we can. Boats in the milling area. So Evan Reuer in Reuer's will come out of 1. James Clark, Tough Enough, he'll come out of 2. And out of 3, Impulse, Brendan Mason. This is Heat 1B of the Greg Highfly Lewis. Greg, one of our fabulous drivers who lost his life a couple of years ago to illness. Much loved character in our sport, wonderful gentleman, and GG could drive. So the officials just giving our pole boat the instruction to bring our competitors down onto the course. The red boat, Reuer's on the inside, the blue boat, Tough Enough, in the centre, and the white boat closest to us here on the outside of the circuit. There are 1, 2, and 3. These boats capable of over 120 mile per hour. Here we go. We have a flag down. Reuer's on the inside. Great start from James Clark. Third place start over the outside. So coming up to junction in, who's it going to be? Reuer's on the inside. Oh, Clark! Clark's come up on the outside. Look at this ding-donger on the Banister Marine back straight. Side by side. The two South Australians, Hammer and Tongs, coming up the polyturn. Oh, Big Murray Walker, spin for Mark Reuer. James Clark. James Clark. He's got a good lead now, heading into junction in. Brendan Mason, unfortunately with a problem. We've got the white with the red diagonal stripe through it, well, warning to the drivers. We can see Evan Ryder is right on the race line there, so we'll have to be very, very careful. So Clark, he's just coming out of junction in onto the Banister Marine back straight. Brendan Mason, he's just trying to struggle to the end here and grab some points. But taking the win, ladies and gentlemen, will be James Clark. James Clark taking the win, Heat 1B of the Greg Louis Lewis. The Greg High Flyer Lewis. This is Heat 1B. Coming home in second will be Brendan Mason. Heat 1A of the Greg Highfly Lewis Trophy. Cracking field here. Melody, beg your pardon. Shenanigans, Chris Pugsley out of one. Here with the man to beat. Out of pole 2 will be Melody 11. That is Brian Kilpatrick. LM Raceway, Jaden Mayfield, he's out of 3. And Steve Rarity driving Rastus out of 4. Just a quick word, the boat we can see in the Banister Marine back straight. Of course, that's Brian Kilpatrick. Even though he's competing in the 6 litre racing this weekend, the power plant is only a 5 litre, so you will see some differences in speed, particularly along the AW Pills front straight and the Banister Marine back straight. Just a quick warning to all our spectators, if we could have you back behind the bunting, please. Back behind the bunting. It is part of our permit to race here that we must have all spectators back behind the bunting. Thank you. Boats in the milling area, just waiting on officials to give them the okay for our start boat to bring our competitors down onto the AW Pools front straight. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, Heat 1A for the Greg High Flyer Lewis Trophy. The boat on the inside, the boat to look for. But it's Parksley. He leads out from the Jason Mayfield. And Kilpatrick back in fourth. So coming up to and around junction in. First time, Parksley buried the boat a little bit there, but he's showing a clean pair of heels out in front from Jason Mayfield. Reuer, and he's making a big charge on the back of Banister Marine, coming up to Polly's home, but Pugsley on the AW Pools front straight, coming up to complete one lap. Kilpatrick has stopped, just coming out of junction in. Good battle here with second and third between Mayfield and Rarity. But we can see Pugsley showing all his class here. Pugsley coming up, he's got one to go. The final time for Pugsley on the Banister Marine back straight. Kilpatrick refiring the boat. But Pugsley, another checkered flag. Going to the silver bullet himself, Chris Pugsley. Jake Mayfield home in second, Steve Rarity home in third. Brian Kilpatrick just coming up to the back of Banister Marine. around Polytherm and onto the AW pools, front straight, last time around. Great to see a number of kids here at the venue today, here with Mum and Dad, having a great time hopefully. The big Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club welcome going out to Reed and Pepper here this weekend. Hope you're having a great time, kids. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got someone pretty special here this weekend, a really interesting guy to talk to. His name's Scott Krauss. We're seeing him in the Bud Light Tunnel a little bit early, but Scotty, there's not too much you haven't driven on the water.
Oh, we're trying to have a go at everything, yeah. I've bought a few boats in preparation of setting up a bit of a museum in Commodore, but that sort of fell through, so that we might as well get them on the water, and we're here with Bud Light this weekend and having a bit of a play, yeah.
Okay, where did you acquire the boat from?
I got it off Darren Ridley. He purchased it from Tim Seabold from the States, and he won the bridge-to-bridge with it, and I've got it from him. So, yeah, we're going to run that for this season until I get the new boat, capital boat built.
We go through your run sheet, mate. I tell you what, you're the Australian Jet Sprint title holder from a couple of years ago.
Yeah, 2018 we tied with Bonzi, the first crew to tie with him or beat him in the last 10 years. So we're pretty happy with that first year in with the new boat, which it was a twin turbo 440 cube Stinger hull, which it goes pretty well. Yeah.
So we've been saying during commentary, you're used to going left or right, not in a straight line. How difficult has the transition been?
Yeah, well, we're normally doing 43 corners or so in 42 seconds. This is only 2 corners, so it's just getting that trim on the boat worked out today with the wind. Just taking it easy today. I don't want to be upside down and using all my oxygen in the first run. So
we've seen the boats with the Jet Sprint boats. I suppose it's like rallycross. You're very dependent on your observer.
Yeah, we sort of the big boys know where they're going at that speed. We need to know where we're going 2 corners beforehand, so we know where we want to head and where we want to be on the track, hitting banks with the bow of the boat. So yeah, but the navvy is handy. If you get lost, he gets you back on track.
Okay, the venues around Australia, like your hometown, Temora, one of the oldest venues?
Yeah, I built the track with a bloke by the name of Reuer about 15, 16 years ago. There's a track at Griffith, which is probably older than Temora. Keith in South Australia, it's a fairly new track, only 5 or 6 years old. And there's a track at Cabarita on the Tweed Coast, which has been around a while as well.
That's on in 2 weeks' time, I believe.
Yeah, 2 weeks in Cabarita, yeah.
Okay. You said you got a Malcolm boat on order?
Yeah, Mal's got it sort of half done. I think he's got the capsule getting sorted, the deck's been done. So, yeah, put the order in. We'll just wait now and get that sorted. It'll probably end up with the jet boat motor in it, the twin turbo, when we get that sorted, yeah.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Oh, hopefully we'll be running the log circuit boat and having a good time with all these great people in this whole facility, yeah.
Okay, mate, you must have a very, 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 very understanding wife.
Yeah, she loves the speed, yeah, it's all good.
Okay, mate, I'm sure there's a few people you'd like to thank.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everyone that sponsors us. We've got Century Batteries on board and a few other local blokes, Moses Sons and Burson's last year we had, which was a great help. So we'll have them back next year and hopefully get a few sponsors into this circuit racing as well.
Can we find you anywhere on social media?
Yeah, we've got CAM Racing, capital KAM Racing on Facebook, or you can just go to the V8 Superboats webpage and you'll see all the footage and all the programs for this year.
All right, well, we're hoping to see you a lot more in circuit powerboat racing. Scotty Krauss, thanks for your time.
Thanks very much.
There we go, Scotty Krauss, ladies and gentlemen. A very interesting young man to talk to, and I'm certain, Scott, you're available to all the kids out there to have photos in the boats and have a bit of a chat and the like.
Yeah, anytime, mate. Yeah, we're over there all day, so yep, come over and have a look, have a talk. Yep.
There we go, Scotty Krauss, ladies and gentlemen. A real interesting human being. He loves his motorsport on the water. He's known as the Temora Tornado. Unlimited on the track very shortly.
Day 2 of the Raymond Terrace Spectacular. We've got the Ray Warmsley and of course the Greg Lewis for the 6 litres. Darren Robinson travelling all the way from Vermont South in Victoria. Welcome, Darren. The day wasn't as good as you hoped yesterday.
No, we had an awful day yesterday. Went out about 2 weekends ago and run the boat, and it was running fantastic, and we thought put the covers on it, bring it up here, and we got up here yesterday. First run we lost the spark plug, so we thought, oh, we'll fix that, change the spark plug. Went out, second run, still electrical issues, so we changed the points box. And then we blew a belt because it wasn't the points box, it was actually the Pro Mag went off, so we didn't work that out till the third run last night. So last night we did a quick changeover, put another Pro Mag on, another points box on, and it's sounding all right on the trailer at the moment. So I think the biggest killer for us is we normally run zoomies, and we've had to run extractors up here, so we're not used to the noise from the extractors because we've never run them before, so it's a bit of a learning curve for us, and the boat's sounding completely different today than what it did yesterday morning, so we're assuming we'll know the problem finally.
So you've put Saturday to bed, and hopefully today's a lot better.
You'd want to hope so, because it's a long drive up here, and so far I don't think we've seen 130 mile an hour yet, and that's a long way off where we want to be today, so yeah.
As we said, you're from Vermont South in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. Your first time here at the Terrace?
Yeah, first time I've come this far, or not this far north, but the first time to Raymond Terrace. I've driven to Bundaberg once, but I'll never do that again. It was a horrendous trip, but yeah, 12 hours up here in the car, so we did it over 2 days. We left Thursday afternoon and made it to Albury, and then we just had a lazy 8 hours on Friday to get here, so it was all good.
Speaking of travel, we spoke yesterday, Darren, about you often having the trail of the boat on the Spirit of Tassie.
Yeah, I get to go down there most years. I've been down there to race my mate Chris Palmer pretty much every year for the last 4 or 5, and we had a couple of years off, but we don't mind Tassie. It's the Granton track down Hobart's a really fast track and a great track, and we get a few Sydney guys from like Formula 1 guys like Craig Bailey and Reece Coles have been down there, and luckily enough I've been able to touch both of them up over the last couple of years, so it's been good fun.
It's a real battle between outboard and inboard. It's virtually like Labor Liberal down there, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's a love-hate relationship down there. We love to hate them and they love to hate us, I think. So yeah, it's always, you know, it's racing in Tassie, and Tassie, like the Northwest Powerboat Club where Chris is, it was always an inboard club. So you know, it's always north versus south thing down there as well, which is inboard versus outboard. So yeah, it's always a bit of fun.
The hull on the power plant, Darren?
This is a 21-foot child's play. It's one of the first sailboats, purpose-built sailboats, built by Rob and Gary Newell, and it's probably one of only two with a side impact cell on it. And the motor's a V&R motor. That one's brand new, pretty much. We ran it at Adelaide for the first time, and we've done one club day just to do a bit of a test and tune. But that's a new 510 Chev, with the PSI on it, obviously. And that's going quite nicely at the moment. We're pretty happy with it.
Brett Nedry, he's got his power plant in a number of boats these days.
Yeah. I've started with Brett back in about 2015-16. I've got 3 motors now that are all B&Rs, and can't complain about any of them. We're usually consistent. We're usually pretty fast, and usually we finish most race meetings. So I'm very happy with the way Brett puts motors together. And gives us a lot of guidance. Like last night, my brain was cooked and I couldn't get the thing to tune properly. And give him a call. We walked around the corner from Reckless team, and within half an hour we had the boat running beautifully. So yeah, he's a great bloke to have on your team.
Okay, mate. You've got a wonderful crew here, and I'm sure you'd like to thank them and your business that supports the racing.
Yeah, Carlisle Bakery and Hospitality. So we work around the clock and up and down the eastern seaboard of Australia, and we do a bit of exporting too. So we've got a manufacturing business in Melbourne. It's Melbourne-based. We've got probably about 40 guys there making all different types of trays and racks and things for the food industry. And then we've got the old reliable crew of Doug and young Kent from Hobart. So Nibsy flies up and helps us out, and Doug lives in Melbourne. Well, both the Dougs live in Melbourne. So we get around together most of the time. That's our core crew, and then we have a few add-ons here and there, depending who wants to take a weekend off.
All right, mate. Well, listen, we want to race Saturday, and just hope today, Sunday, is a lot better. All the best, Darren.
Thank you very much. And I'm going out in 10 minutes, so we'll find out.
Just had a bit of a delay at the ramp area, ladies and gentlemen, so please accept our apologies. We've got some of the boats have come out on the course. We can see the Green Machine of Abago, Craig Storner, running for CMS Plumbing. He's one of the hard-working committee men on the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club committee. This is the first of our Unlimited this morning, ladies and gentlemen. guys running for the Ray Warmsley Trophy. The white boat, Wild Child. The man from Vermont South in Melbourne, Darren Robinson. Abigail, the green turbo of Craig Storner, running for CMS Plumbing. The first of our Aqua Blue boats, the current Marjorie Watson. Of course, the boat reckless Tate Ramsey. The next Aqua Blue boat, toughing up Dave Clark. And our final boat, the single turbo, the Ford Barramoda of Chris Hearn. A big thank you going out to some of our sponsors, N&J Handrails. It's a family-owned business that's been around for over 20 years, based in Belmont, New South Wales. They provide their customers with top-notch service and quality products in a timely manner. From residential fencing and privacy solutions to heavy-duty security fencing and automatic gates. N&J Handrails is your local manufacturer and supplier for any residential or commercial projects. A very big thank you going out to our contact, Jay Thornton. We saw him in a heat of the Greg High Fly Lewis Trophy early this morning. He was a young man that was terribly ill with food poisoning yesterday. Brendan Mason and his company, Universal CNC Machinery. They're based in Toronto. Universal CNC Machinery is owned and operated by Raymond Terrace Club member and racer Brendan Mason, primarily servicing the manufacturing needs of Newcastle, Lake Macquarie and the Hunter Valley. They work with organisations big and small, from large established corporates to those just starting out. Rail, defence, mining, automotive, general engineering. A big thank you going out to Brendan Mason. We have everyone back behind the bunting, please. Everyone back behind the bunting. Okay, officials giving the A-OK for our pole boat to bring our 5 starters onto the course. We would have had 6, but the unfortunate incident of Ryan Constable late yesterday afternoon. We've lost the boat. Fortunately, Ryan's okay. It was a big accident. If you're watching at home, Ryan, hope you're okay, mate. And you're maybe a bit sick and sore today, but the main thing is you're going to be okay. So everyone's wishes are with you, Ryan. Of course, Ryan from Constable Brothers Concrete. May have a boat with a problem here. Our officials can only count 4 coming up onto the course. So you watch that white flag. The white flag on the pole boat still aloft. Boats coming onto the AW Pearls front straight. Hang on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Heat 1 for the Warmsley. Flag is down. We're missing Abigail coming up to junction in. We can see Hearn right round the outside, but the man from Vermont South has taken the lead. Wild Child. Both bearing a little bit there. We can see Reckless. Reckless is come right to the centre of the pack. Up on the Banister Marine. Look at Tate Ramsey. Wowee. Like a knife through butter. He went straight through the centre. Darren Robbo just can't get that power down. Back in the third. We've got a great battle at the front of the first. Oh, Robinson's retaken the lead. Robinson's retaken the lead over Tate Ramsey. Pretty Hearn back in third. Just coming out of Banister. Round Polyzoom onto the AW. Pearls front straight. Darren Robinson. Hearn making a big start coming up the junction in. Darren Robbo. The boat bearing coming into the wind there. Chris Hearn has slowed dramatically on the Banister Marine back straight. Checkered flag time, ladies and gentlemen. Put your heads together. Oh, Darren Robinson. Second home, Reckless. Tate Ramsey, home third. Chris Hearn, wowee, holy moly. Davey Clark, he'll come home in fourth. Unfortunately, Abigail Craig Storner was a DNS, did not start. Wow. We saw Reckless on the Banister Marine back straight through the centre of the pack. He took the lead, but Darren Robinson, the fellow Victorian, he never gave up. And coming out of junction in, he parked the nose of the white Wild Child up on the inside and came back and put a margin on Tate Ramsey. Chris Hearn had a funny old race. He was very quick. The boat bogged down in a couple of places. But the team of Explicit will take some encouragement from all of that. We did interview Darren earlier this morning, and we did mention we were hoping to a race yesterday with a much better performance, and I'm certain he's got it. One of our great sponsors here this weekend, Riley and Amy Vanderpool. We've got Riley with us here. Your great company, been a supporter, R8 Auto Electrical. Riley, thanks, mate. Let us know a little bit about the company.
Mate, so we service mining, general automotive, transport, highway trucks, pretty much anything you need done, we'll do it.
Okay, you've been a supporter of us for a couple of years now.
Yeah, so started out just turning up as a spectator, got involved with hydroplanes, logboats, bought my own boat, ran that for 12, 18 months, took a step back, bought a house, did the family thing, and yeah, now just trying to get involved, and hopefully in the not too distant future I'll see myself in a boat again.
That would be fabulous. You got a stand down in the spectator area?
Yeah, got a stand just over to the right hand side of the GP Hydro live stream. So at the moment helping Mark Ebenruder for the weekend, so getting in the water, getting nice and wet.
You mentioned to me you started off as a spectator. What drew you in?
Grew up with my father ski racing, and then he got out of that for the cost of it, and yeah, I tried motorbikes, I tried everything else, and I just always came back to boats.
Okay, mate. And anyone that comes in and says they support powerboat racing, you'll get them a really good discount.
I will discount them, just because we know them.
Social media, where do we find you?
Yeah, so there is a Facebook page. All my mobile numbers on most things I've got. In about a week or two, we're actually opening up a shop here in Raymond Terrace, about 500 metres up the road. So we've got plenty going on.
All right, Riley. Thanks for continued support, mate. Both you and Amy. Thanks very much. Without you people, we wouldn't be able to hold these events. Best of luck, mate, and we hope to see you behind the wheel of a boat very shortly.
Be nice. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Riley Vanderpool. Thanks for your continued support. Once again, a very big thank you going out to Riley and Amy Vanderpool from R8 Auto Electrical. Nice young couple. Thank you for supporting us here at the Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club. Got a couple of live interviews coming up with some of our sponsors all throughout the day. 95 mile per hour once again. Steptoe could be the boat to beat. Ronda in Hot Lemon comes out of 1. Eliminator in 2. Out of 2, beg your pardon, Steptoe. Steptoe out of 2. Eliminator out of 3. And just send it out of 4. But it's that man again, Glenn Brown. He's come up on the outside of Ronda Walkovich on the Banister Marine back straight. And he's moved to an early lead. Ronda's got the good real estate on the inside. She'll try and hunt down the driver of Steptoe, but coming up to Polytherm, onto the AW Pearls front straight. Oh, look at this, very close indeed. Ronda Walkovich and the Hall of Famer, Anthony Mims. Look at just send it. Kurt Rod right down the outside of Nibs. Coming into junction in. Steptoe having a nice pleasant drive out in front. We'll see Kurt Rod and just send it. He's moved into second place. Nippy coming back on the inside, pushing Ronda in the hot lemon back to fourth. So coming out of Polytherm onto the AWA Pearls front straight once again and to receive the yellow flag. So final time going out up to the junction in. Glenn Brown in Steptoe has just sent it. Kurt Rod got an ink for him. The final time out of Banister Marine. Glenn Brown in Steptoe. This could be another win for the boy. Just send it. Kurt Rod home in second. Anthony Nibs, the Hall of Famer. He's back in third. And on lemon, Ronda Walkovich home in fourth. Ladies and gents, just before we get our next race on the water, we just thought we'd speak to Mick, one of the representatives here this weekend for DTG. Mick, we saw you at Windsor recently. You're now a representative for DTG for all the safety gear, not only in ski racing but extending that to circuit boat racing.
Yes, I'm enjoying the life. It is very good. I hope to put a little bit more safety into the sports by bringing good gear to the place. So look for the big white motorhome. I'll be in that all the time, and I'll have plenty. I've got gloves, I've got boots, I've got helmets, I've got intercoms, I've got everything you need for circuit racing plus ski racing.
All right. Do you want describe some of the equipment you've got in your hot little hands?
Right, at the moment I've got a full face helmet. There's no intercom in that. It's what people like using in circuit racing. Down in my hand, down at the bottom there, I've got a full DTG life jacket. And on the back, I've got what we call a cell suit, which a lot of your capsule boats use inside their capsule boats. Over there on the grandstand, I've got gloves, I've got some boots, and a few other artefacts over there that generally being used or lost by the ski racing or circuit boat racing.
All right, mate, most importantly, these days, it's all about social media. Where do we find you on the internet? Give us some of those details.
I've got my cards over there. On Facebook, I go under the name of Mickey Wedge. Wedge being my nickname. Most people know me by, but yeah, come online and I'll do my best to get what you need.
Right, there we go, Mick from DTG. Thanks for your time, mate, and so you've got some great products available.
Thank you very much, Craig, and I hope to see you at more races.
Yeah, you too. Thanks goes to Mick from DTG, one of our great representatives for the company this weekend, trying to keep us all our drivers safe, Mick. An amount of money, cash, has been handed in. Anyone that's lost any cash, and they can advise me how much the amount is, we'll give it back to the rightful owner. So there's been an amount of money being found in the pit area. Anyone that's missing any cash and can name that, just pop down to the officials.
Jaden Mayfield, driver of LM Raceware. Jaden, you weren't here competing yesterday. Unfortunately, you had to work. You're here today to compete in the Trojan and for the Greg Louis Lewis. Excited?
Yeah, it's always a great day coming up to Raymond Terrace. So I love this course, and hopefully it goes well. So.
All right, you've been one of the guys that I remember, coming through the Formula Future program, and now you're driving, your grandpa and your dad's boat. Must be a real thrill.
Yeah, it's good. We've got Pop and Dad to look up to. But I've been driving it for the last 8 years. Dad hasn't driven for a little while after his bike accident. But yeah, just love getting into it. So, yeah.
All right, the hull and the power plant.
It's a 17'6" Bruce Everingham and 6-litre Chev engine.
Okay, and I believe Alan Newton has a lot to do with the engine?
Yep, all of his time and effort he puts into this, can't thank him enough. So without him, we probably wouldn't be doing it. So.
Okay, mate. So you're happy in the running around in the 6 litres at the moment?
Yeah, when it goes. As long as we finish the race, that's the main goal. So, yeah, hopefully.
Okay, so recently, of course, you become married and you become a dad recently. Must be a big thrill, mate.
Yeah, no, I love it. Love every step of it. Keeping me on my toes, though, that's for sure.
All right, mate. You've run here. I certainly know you've run here a few times with the Formula Future boats back in the day. Yep. What about in the big boats?
Yeah, I've run here a few times in this boat. Probably once or twice. But yeah, it's always good up here. I do enjoy it. It's a good course.
Very similar to your home club up at Hawkesbury?
Yeah. I like these two definitely one of my two favourite tracks. So it's good.
All right, mate. Your most difficult opponent here this weekend?
Oh, Pugs is always hard to beat. He's always consistent and quick, isn't he?
Yeah. But 6 litre wise, we got some tremendous, unlimited drivers here this weekend. But with the 6 litre, we've got some really throttle stompers in the field. Steve Rarity's come from nowhere.
Yeah, the rest of the boys, they seem to be doing quite well. They've come out of nowhere and seem to be pretty consistent every weekend they race, so that's good for them.
So I'd imagine guys like Pugsley and co will be looking over their right and left shoulders a fair bit.
Yeah, there'll be plenty more coming through too, I'm sure.
Yeah. Grandma, LM Lynn Mayfield Raceware, a great sponsor of yours. Who else would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Aaron and Carla from AKS Excavation and Drainage. They've been helping out the last few race weekends, and it's been great help, so thank them very much.
And your crew?
We've got Pop, obviously, Dad, Ben, Gibbo, Shane, and Alan Newton, so thank you to them.
All right, mate. All the best for today, and do it for your home club, Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club.
Thank you. Thanks, Craig. Have a good one.
Craig Storner on day 2 of the Raymond Terrace Spectacular, honouring, of course, Ray Warmsley and Greg Lewis in the 6 litres. Craig, very good morning to you. Bit of a mixed bag yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday it was different, but we've tried a few things for this weekend with the steering, the commitment of the boat. Obviously, the motor's not a problem. We got the straight line speed. We're just working on get it to commit to the corner and mid corner to exit. So we worked on that from Windsor to come to here. Had to get the gearbox fixed from Windsor. Got all that sorted. So yesterday was actually good because we got the monk off our back. We got our first win in an unlimited boat, so we really needed that, which was good. Everything looked positive in the boat. Went out for that second race, and unfortunately, Ryan had that mishap, but luckily he's okay. But it was good to line up against them because we had the straight line speed with Reckless, Odin, they're quick. So we know that the speed's there. Now we've got to work on the turns.
Of course, you know, you commenced in 6 litres. Racing and moved into unlimited with the turbo. It hasn't been sweet.
Our 2 outboards, our 2 tunnel boats out on the water. Greg Lambert Family Racing. That's the number 14. That's the X-Fountain machine. That's the number 14, just passing us. And the other boat, we just spoke to him not long ago, Scotty Krauss. Tamora Tornado, one of the most interesting people you'll ever speak to. He's dabbled in just about all forms of water motorsport. Turn our 2 tunnel boats round. The 14, the X-Fountain boat, Shane Fountain, of course, now driven by Greg Lambert for Lambert Family Racing. And of course, the Tamora Tornado, Scott Krauss, former Jet Sprint Aussie champion in 2018. So a lot of those guys are used to doing 35 to 40 corners left and right each time trial. But here his discipline will be in a straight line. The only time he'll turn is around the turn, boys. Hope everyone at home watching on GP Hydro live stream on the YouTube there, enjoying the telecast. Tough conditions here. Still warm, but the wind coming from the south has just about escalated. We've got a white flag down. We have a commencement to the race. You can see the Tim Seabold boat, the Bud Light boat on the outside coming into Junction Inn. Has gone to the early lead over Greg Lambert on the Banister Marine back straight. Our outboards are tippy-toeing around the course. So Bud Light just coming out of AW Pearl's front straight around the junction in, bridge turn and onto the Banister Marine back straight. He did say in our early interview he's got a Malcolm Everingham hull on order. So he's just increasing the stable of boats there at Temora. The yellow flag being displayed. 1 lap to go. Coming out of Polython, the final time will be Scott Krauss and the Bud Light machine. It's about a 2005 Seabold, Tim Seabold hull. So we've got second round of heats for the Greg High Fly Lewis Trophy coming up. So we're going to see Chris Pugsley out in shenanigans, James Clark in Tough Enough.
Craig Storner on day 2 of the Raymond Terrace Spectacular, honouring, of course, Ray Warmsley and Greg Lewis in the 6 litres. Craig, very good morning to you. Bit of a mixed bag yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday it was different, but we've tried a few things for this weekend with the steering, the commitment of the boat. Obviously, the motor's not a problem. We've got the straight line speed. We're just working on get it to commit to the corner and mid-corner to exit. So we worked on that from Windsor to come to here. We had to get the gearbox fixed from Windsor, got all that sorted. So yesterday it was actually good because we got the monk off our back. We got our first win in an unlimited boat, so we really needed that, which was good. Everything looked positive in the boat. Went out for that second race, and unfortunately, Ronnie had that mishap, but luckily he's okay. But it was good to line up against them because we had the straight line speed with Reckless, Odin, they're quick. So we know that the speed's there. Now we've got to work on the turns.
Of course, you know, you commenced in 6 litre racing and moved into unlimited with the turbo. It hasn't been sweet sailing for you, has it? You know, you Dargle earlier this year, you detonated an engine on the Friday from memory. You know, Windsor this year wasn't entirely good, but hopefully things have turned the corner for you.
Yeah, like it's still a very new package. Like it's a big motor, as we've said from the start, but we can return that down with the power with the Haltech system. Like we're only running about 1,500 horsepower, but the motor can do 3,000. So there's always an end game of what we want to do. We don't need to use that power. But it's reliable. We're not screwing the hell out of the motor. It's doing it easy. The maintenance is better because we're not pushing everything to limit like a 6 litre. It's obviously a lot different to drive to the 6 litre, where 6 litre you're very quick on things, where this I've got to sort of slow down a little bit because I'm coming in too quick, too hard, and everything I'm used to is just all or nothing. Yep. Where this thing's got the power, you don't need to do that, and I've got to just adjust a bit that way, like come into the turn slower, like just pull back a little bit. So I'm adjusting to that. Yeah, we had that fire at Dargle, which it was hard because the boys had put so much effort into this thing. It was literally the second race we'd done. Everything was brand new. We lost the wiring, lost all the plumbing, had to rip half the side of the deck of the boat out. That all got fixed. The boys all helped out with that. And then now we've got a fire system in there, so if that ever happens again, we've got a fire system that goes for about 45 seconds full on. Yep. So you learn from your mistakes, but it's just a learning curve. It's a completely different animal to drive now, but it's getting there.
You must have taken a lot of confidence out of yesterday's first win in Unlimited.
Yeah, because look, to be honest with you, since the fire, you always had that in the back of your head. Like I just remember clearly seeing out the mirror, I could see that the flame, and I called on the radio. I said, "There's a fire in the back of the boat." They said, "No, there's not, because obviously it's methanol." And then next minute the glass started going, and then since then it's always been the monkey on your back of your shoulder. Like every time I go out, I'm like, is there anything sounding all right? Is there any fire? Is there any smoke? Like it's just always in the back of your head. So you push, but it's always sitting there. And then yesterday just really let a lot of weight off our shoulders, because we've got to win. And I know it was only a heat race, but just to get that, to clear your head, you know what I mean? Like we really needed to do that. So it was good.
It's good to see, like typically supercharged boats, we're seeing a lot of turbocharged, the other naturally aspirated machines on the course now.
Yeah, like I don't know what the supercharged ones are like, but this is all Dale's idea. He's a turbo man. When we're running 6 litre, we were talking up at Taree about doing something with a Dodge motor, but then we pulled it apart, wasn't going to work. So then I said to Dale, as long as it's quick and reliable, that's it. And then that was all his package, and he's done what he's done. And it's quick, it's reliable, and now it's got to learn to drive it.
We saw on the circuit with the road cars back in the day with the Sierras and all that kind of thing in the 80s, there was always that lag problem. With the turbos these days, it's instantaneous power.
Yeah, well, with his, I don't know enough about that sort of side of how it all works and all that sort of stuff, but I know if I go into a corner and then get halfway through the corner and squeeze it, and then it will just jump out the water and go right. So there's definitely I can't drive it flat out in a turn. So there's definitely, in this situation, there's no lag issues. And if I came out of the corner, I'd just have to squeeze it, and then go. Otherwise, it would just launch out the water. So to me, there's no lag issues. I don't know if that's the turbo sizes or whatever it is, but that's not my forte. But with this thing, there's no issue.
Okay, the hull and power plant, Craig?
The hull's an 18-foot 6 Evercraft. Motor's a Chev Big Block 510 twin turbo. So now it's just getting the package to work together, so it's getting there.
Your company, CMS Plumbing, can't thank them enough.
No, they're not bad guys, CMS Plumbing. They've helped me from the start, but no, it's good. We've got a really good bunch of guys around us. Everyone chips in, like Dale from Tune by Dale does all my tuning. He's helped with the wiring, he helps with the motor. He's been with me from the start in 105. It took me a long time to crack him, but he's not a bad bloke, he's okay. Then like now, Howtech's been there from the start. Then when we've gone to this unlimited thing, Plasma Man have jumped on board. They've been really good to us. Jenkins Performance, he's helped put the motor together with Dale's combination. You got Dave from Connolly, he helps do all the repairs on the boat. He does all the underside things because obviously he knows that sort of stuff. Who else is there? Who else helps with this thing? There's a lot of people, but they're the main key guys that have been helping us with this stuff so far. And then, yeah, it's a lot of fun, but there's a lot of people. That's why we try to do the shed talks. To get here is the hard part. This is the fun part. But yeah,
you're one of the hard-working committee men at the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club. It's nice to come here today and just enjoy your racing.
Yeah, well, that's what the boys said to me. At least that when I come back in now, I can stay with the boat, work out, talk to the crew, see what's going on. Where when we done the spectacular, it was literally come back, went away for 3 hours, come back to our race half an hour beforehand, and it was hard.
Yeah, everyone wants a piece of the action with you.
Yeah, it's hard. Like you got to run a club, a committee, plus the races, and try and race yourself, plus put this on the water. It's a big effort.
Craig, all the best, mate, and hope you have a great day too. Congratulations on that win yesterday, and do it for the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club.
We'll give it a red hot crack, mate. Never give up. That's it. Thanks, buddy.
Craig Storner, ladies and gentlemen.
Wind has really gusted up here on the Hunter River. The officials certainly conscious of that. We're trying to push through these races as quickly as we can. So this is Heat 2A of the Greg High Flyer Lewis. Mark Evanrider, driver of Reuters, he'll want to bag a whole heap of points here. He had the Murray Walker coming out of Polytherm in Heat 1 this morning.
Didn't complete the race. The man to beat, though, driving the Silver Bullet, Chris Pugsley, but he's going to have to go the long way round. He'll have to travel further than Burke and Wills. They'll really make him earn his cash. Brendan Mason, returning today from illness yesterday. The guys from Impulse just can't put their finger on the engine issues, but he's got pole 1. So we can see the start boat, ladies and gentlemen, white flag aloft. The start boat will be waiting on our boats to line up. So boats coming onto the AW Pools front straight. And we have a start. Good start on the outside, Pugsley. Brendan Mason along the inside. Look at this shred. Mason's got the inside. Great corner by both Chris and Brendan. And Brendan come on the inside. He's retaken the lead. He's going to block Pugsley very wide indeed. Mark Evanrider back in third and Kilpatrick back in fourth. Look at this battle for first and second. Coming out of Polytherm onto the AW Pearl front straight. Mason, the local boy. Brendan Mason, he's taking the lead from Mark Pugsley in shenanigans. Ritter's back in third. Coming out of Junction in, Brendan Mason. Really showing the power of this Impulse boat. Have they corrected the problem that have bugged them for the past couple of race meetings? Coming up to take the yellow flag on the AW Pearl front straight. Final place, second last time. Pugsley Chase trying to chase him down. Reuters, Mark Evanrider in third. Kilpatrick in fourth. Banister Marine back straight, final time. Brendan Mason. So out of Polytherm onto the AW Pearl front straight. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands to the local boys. Brendan Mason Wamsley home in second. Mark Evan Reuer home in third. Kilpatrick just coming onto the AW Pearls front straight. Wowee! Holy moly, what a race! Wow, that's Heat 2A. Heat 2B of the Greg Highfly Lewis coming up very shortly. After this race, we're going to have a very, very short lunch break. We'll get our volunteers fed and watered. It'll only be about 15 minutes. We're conscious of the wind and the water conditions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, whilst we're waiting for 2B, Heat 2B of the Greg Highfly Lewis, this is these races being run in conjunction with round 2 of the Trojan series, and the man that leads that series, Laurie can do so. The Trojan round 2, we've seen some spectacular racing so far.
Oh, definitely, Craig. You know, the quality of the boats out here and the experience and the way these guys handle these boats is exceptional.
Yeah, you know, like the Lewis and the Trojan, Larry Martin, of course, being run in conjunction. We lost Greg a couple of years ago when we came up to 20 years with Larry, and two fine drivers, mate.
Oh, most definitely. You know, they raced against each other in the early years, and later on, Greg was not lucky enough, but good enough to actually win the Trojan. So to be invited down here to be part of the Greg Lewis and the Ray Warmsley is really, really good.
Yeah, two wonderful trophies here this weekend. The Trojan, mate, we were talking about it at round one at the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club. Bundaberg is round 4 and the final round for the Trojan.
That's correct, Craig. You know, it'll be the 20th year since his passing up there. That's where the accident happened, so we sort of felt that it was fitting to have the last round there. And just, you know, from the vibes that I'm getting from drivers and spectators, I think it's going to be a very, very big event.
Yeah, all roads lead to Bundy, and, you know, geez, we think back to the old Bundy Thunder days. You know, there was no other place to be, Laurie.
Oh, no, in its heyday, it was probably, you know, it was definitely in the top 2 or 3 powerboat race meetings in the country. So, yeah, to go back there will be really good. And don't forget, we've got round 3 at Yarrawonga as well.
Yeah, and just going back to Bundy and those fabulous days, you know, it was a fun trip to get to. It was great racing and the lot, but it was a terrible Monday having to come home on the plane because everyone had such a good time.
Yeah, exactly. It's, you know, unfortunately, it's one of these things that happen. You know, we can't change it. It's happened. We've been lucky enough for the last 20 years to honour Larry's name with these races. The support we've had from sponsors and especially from the drivers has been absolutely fantastic.
All right, that's round 4. Just going back to round 3, Laurie, Yarrawonga, that's being run in conjunction with the EC Griffith Cup?
Yeah, that's correct. So, you know, the biggest hydroplane race in the country, the EC Griffith Cup Australasian Championship. So, you know, same thing there. We've been lucky for the last few years there to run there, and we've had some 6-litre boats that haven't won it, and we wouldn't expect them to win it, but they've finished on the podium. So, you know, it gives everybody a chance.
To finish first you must finish.
Exactly, Craig. That's it. And, you know, you see these guys with these little 360, you know, 358 cube engines, you know, doing, you know, in excess of 120 mile an hour. Conditions like this, I'd probably say, you know, maybe 125 at the top, but, you know, definitely 122, 123. You know, and the way these guys handle the boats, just exceptional.
Yeah, we've seen Chris Pugsley. We're starting to see people like James Clark and whatever in some of the King of the River events. In the nibbling of the way of the top markers by lap 3, like a nagging mother-in-law. You know, once the conditions boil up and whatever. So as I said, mate, it's not over all the fat lady sings.
Oh, exactly. And the pleasing thing, there's a lot of young guys coming through. You know, early 20s, early 30s, sort of thing. You know. You know, their dads or whatever are helping them out, and that's what continues to grow this sport, and that's what keeps it going for, you know, for as long as possible, hopefully.
Yeah. Look, mate, thanks for all your time, and thanks on behalf of everyone for your continued support of Larry Martin and the Trojan. Final 2 rounds, Yarrawonga, EC Griffith Cup weekend, and of course in late July for round 4. Laurie, thanks for your continued support, as I said, and we'll see you at Yarrawonga.
No worries. Thanks very much, guys.
There we go, Laurie can do so, ladies and gentlemen.
Heat 2B, ladies and gentlemen. Heat 2B of the Greg Highfly Lewis, incorporating points also for the Trojan series. We just spoke to Laurie. Laurie and his beautiful wife, Vicky. They've been in conjunction with the Gardner family in South Australia. They've been the big movers of this trophy, and round 4 in Bundaberg, that'll be the final round of the Trojan forever. So it'll be a very, very big meeting at the end of July next year for the Trojan. So Rastus out of 1, LM Raceware out of 2, Tough Enough out of 3. Short lunch break after this, ladies and gents. We get our volunteers food and fed and watered. It'll be a very short break. We're conscious of the weather. The boat's about to come onto the AW Pools front straight. Cracking heat here. Steve Rarity in Rastus out of 1. LM Raceware, Jaden Mayfield out of 2. Out of 3 is the South Australian, James Clark in Tough Enough. 2 blue boats and 1 white. The white boat in the centre of the pack. The 2 youngsters on the outside. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have a flag down. Great start by all 3. Look at this. Jaden Mayfield right through the centre and down the outside. James Clark. James Clark heading down to the junction in. But he's going to go very, very wide indeed. Good corner by all 3. Look at this. Side by side by side. The boat's coming up to Polythorn. Clark on the outside. On the inside comes Jaden Mayfield. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. A great drag race down the AW Pill front straight. Third place going to Rarity with the 2 youngsters at the head of the field. James Clark from South Australia. Jaden Mayfield from the Windsor area. Here comes Mayfield along the inside. Coming up to Banister Marine. Who's it going to be? Oh, look at these youngsters, ladies and gentlemen. What great racing here on the Hunter. 1 to go. Jaden Mayfield on the inside. He's come up on the inside of Clarkie. Oh, Clark stopped. Clark has stopped. He's got a problem. Unfortunately, James Clark, he's pulled out near the junction in Hotel Bridge Turn. And the young fella, Jaden Mayfield, on the Banister Marine back straight. This could be Jaden's best ever win in his senior career. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the young fella, Jaden Mayfield. In LM Raceway. Second going to Steve Rarity. Unfortunately, James Clark, he stopped with 1 to go. He had a titanic battle with Jaden. The 2 young fellas, 2 out of 3 laps, gunnel to gunnel, side by side. Ladies and gents, if that don't turn you on, you ain't got a switch, believe you me. Wow.
So let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, the Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club Barbecue open for trade. There's a lot of merchandise here for sale. White T-shirts, $35. They're the event shirts. Black T-shirts, $20. We have the 50 club going. That's 50 numbers, $10 each. The winner walks away with $200, and the balance going towards our running costs of the weekend. We have some beautiful Warmsley Greg Lewis stubby holders for $10 each, also down here. Looks like we've already got a sale. Going, gone. Thank you. Just received advice. We're going to have Andrew Warmsley starting up the Joe, Dad's old boat, in spectator area very shortly.
We're here with one of our interstate, or two of our interstate visitors. They're a father and son team, all the way from the Adelaide Speedway Club. Firstly, James Clark, a very big welcome to Raymond Terrace, James. Big trip for you guys, but I'm sure that is in response to, you know, all the travelling guys like Greg Lewis and Andrew Walmsley who've done over the years.
Oh, absolutely. It's good to be able to pay it back to the blokes that make the miles for us and come down and support our club. So it's good to be able to come up here and support the local club and get a few boats that they probably haven't seen before and have a test of the track. So, no, it's good to be here.
You and Dad, we'll bring Dad in shortly, but yourself and Dad have done a lot of miles over the years. And where does Raymond Terrace the track rate with yourself?
Having a feel for it just then with the practice is actually pretty good, actually. The water, I think probably it's just a little bit hard to read at the moment, but that could be the sun. It's a pretty good track. I'm keen to see what it's like when you get a few boats there that are racing. I think it's a good course. It's a good course. I've heard good things. Plenty of people have said it's a good track to come and race at. So that's why we're here.
The boats appear to sit nicely on the water.
Yeah, no, we've done a bit of work over the last 12 months of just giving it a bit of a birthday that it should do every now and then. So we put some work in, and it's definitely paid off with Windsor and now here. So hopefully to keep it going.
6 litre wise, we're low in numbers this weekend, but we've got queue for quality here.
Oh, absolutely. From beginners to like even the 5 litre that's here, it's still quick, fast. It makes numbers with the Trojan. It's good to see the Trojan here as well. And with 6 litres that are here, with Rastus shenanigans all a lot, it's great.
Just quickly, James, the trip from Adelaide to here at Raymond Terrace. Just give us some of the logistics behind the trip.
Well, yeah, it's a long trip. It's about, if you do it in one hit, it's probably about 17 hours. We broke it up on the way here. We stopped at Wagga on the first day, so kind of made a bit of a trip of it. We were a bit unlucky actually in this trip. We had a flat tyre and didn't have a spare, so we had to do that. And then we lost our trailer plug, but that's all part of the fun, I suppose. So it's a good trip. On the way home on Monday, we've got to do the full stint, so that'll be good. But we've got two trucks, 6 people, 3 in each car, so it makes it a lot easier.
Just quickly before we bring Dad in, your 6 litre Tough Enough. Let us know a little bit about it.
6 litre, obviously a 6 litre, we've got a Dodge in it. We're probably running close to 9,200 at the moment as well, so it's just right up there in the revs, which is good. Obviously the boat was previously owned by Chris Pugsley, and it was Oxygen Thief, so it's quite a legacy boat that I'm trying to make the name good, and it's a good boat, great boat, always has been. It's a bit heavier than the other ones, so it's a bit more, it's a lot stronger, so you can probably withstand a lot of the rougher water. I've been racing now since 2018. So I've been in it for a while now, and it's taken a long time to get where we are today, but no, it's a good boat, and that's all thanks to Dad, really. So.
We were just talking to young Dylan Wood there, coming from, he's in the Formula Future Class J2 at the moment. That's where you started?
Yeah, J1s I did, I think in 2010. I think one of my first race moves was Goal. So we've come a long way from there, and I think that's the way to go. You know, if you can start young, it prepares you to get into these classes to be able to drive these bigger boats. So for anyone that can get their kid into the sport, I think it's the way to go, 100%.
Well, James, thanks for your time, but we'll get you to stay there. Dad, David Clark, a big Raymond Terrace welcome to you, Dave, and you've been around the sport a long time now, and how are we going as a sport?
Well, first of all, Raymond Terrace is a great place. It's the first time we've been here, which is fantastic. Track looks good. The sport, I think, like most sports, you know, they are struggling a little bit, but I think that we've got still a great bunch of guys, great bunch of boats, lots of classes. Everyone's just got to keep putting in 100% and try and make it every major day if they can, and just soldier on. You can never say never lay down and die. You just got to keep going. I think we can do it.
We're trying to lift the bar a bit, and of course you featured recently with the big spectacular you had there. It was I think on 7 Mate, and you were highlighted there with the Frank Lindsay and the like. It was a great program, Dave.
Yeah, it went really well. I mean, the idea of it was, look, you know, I got sick of, not that nobody did anything about it, but the sport needs a lift, and we've got to start moving that next avenue, I think, and it's great to see Storner get on board and Melton have one as well. So we hope we can build on that and get more out to the public. It's just something I thought, well, let's not talk about it, let's just do it. And I think it went really well. It was very educational for a lot of people that didn't know the sport. So hopefully entice sponsors to, you know, come in and it's not about blown boats, it's about everybody. It's about the juniors, there's 25s, outboards, inboards, doesn't matter. Try and get the whole sport to pick itself up a bit and hope give people opportunity to get some sponsorship for the boats.
I think we'd like to put our sport on the front page for all the right reasons.
Oh, 100%. I mean, look, it's funny, it's been around a long time. I mean, in Adelaide, it's been around for 100 years. Still a lot of people don't know about it. And, you know, I think finance has been hard for every club and in through tough times. And it needs something like I did, a bit of a kick and get the rest to follow. And hopefully we get a major sponsor and get everybody behind it and give the sport what it needs. But there's still a bit of unknown there. But, hey, look, you don't know till you try.
Driving-wise, you've been in the sport a long time, still enjoying it?
Yeah, I do. I mean, it's great. You know, James is doing a killer job. The young guys are really, really good. For myself, I do it for fun. You know, I think it's great. Father-son thing we do. We go away and have a good time. There's still a bit of fight in me. But I enjoy the people. I mean, I've made so many friends over the years, and I've been doing it since 1987. And just catching up with them and having a couple of beers afterwards and racing and seeing the young kids grow, and, you know, they're all getting up there, and, you know, that's the bit I like about the sport.
There is a lot of camaraderie, though, isn't there?
Oh, 100%. You know, like, you know, even the unlimited guys and the, you know, the F1 guys, you know, like Reese and Bales and Todd and, you know, all those lads, you know, it's a good bit of banter between everybody, you know, and everybody gets on really well. So, and that's what we need. You know, everyone's smiling, having a good time, and everyone just trying to do their best.
All right, boys. Well, best of luck. We don't see many father and son teams in powerboat racing, but we've got them here this weekend at Raymond Terrace. All the best, and we certainly hope you do well, and most importantly, drive home safely on Monday.
No worries. Thanks, Craig. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much.
Cheers. See ya.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've got someone very special here on the grounds this weekend. It's great to see you back on the water. Ronda Walkovich from the Taree Aquatic Powerboat Club. Of course, Ronda resides at Foster. Ronda, great having you back here at Raymond Terrace. You've had a few obstacles in the last 12 to 24 months. It hasn't been a fun time.
No, not a fun time at all. The wheels fell off, but guess what? Here we are. We're back.
as I said to you at the Vintage and Veterans with the Hall of Fame, it was great to see you back. You were with son Bradley and whatever. There has been those tragedies, those obstacles, but getting back behind the wheel must make you feel so proud.
Oh, I do feel so proud. Michael would be smiling down. As you know, it's my passion.
And I tell you what, you've been in the sport a long time now, not only with circuit but with ski as well. And for me, your hot lemon. Everyone knows Ronda.
Probably been about 60 years combining the ski racing with the circuit racing.
And how are we going with the sport generally?
Oh, it's in a bit of a lull at the moment, and hopefully with Vintage and Veteran and what we're doing here at Raymond Terrace, we can get it back to where it belongs.
Yeah, we're just, and we've seen it with some of our Formula Future classes. You know, they've been low in numbers, and then 5 years later, the kids are jumping out of nowhere.
Yes, it will improve as long as people don't, start fighting and carrying on and all pull together and work together. It'll work.
Okay, Ronda Walkovich, you're just happy doing some of the local spectaculars and club days?
Yeah, I just want to go out there and plod around. I'm not a world beater anymore. That happened in my early days, so I just want to be out there, my happy place.
It is, and it's great to see you back behind the wheel, but we want to encourage a lot more ladies to get behind the wheel. We tend to find them in our Formula Future ranks, but as soon as they get to the 17 and 18, they disappear.
It's difficult because it's expensive, as you know, and the husbands and boyfriends and that don't like giving their boats up for them to have a start, so that's a problem. Like, I never had that problem. Michael just wasn't interested in driving the boat, so I started with the ski racing driving, and then I skied, and circuit racing I've always driven. Michael never ever drove, but you've got to get the families interested.
And Bradley's still driving?
Bradley's doing the Vintage and Veteran class. He feels more comfortable there, so he's going to stay there.
All right, speaking of that, I think I'm going up there on about the 2nd of December, the Vintage and Veterans.
Yes. Well, the 2nd and 3rd of December will be the Fred Williams reunion at Taree on the Manning River. Foster now has too many sandbanks, so it can't be run there. So on the Saturday will be Vintage and Veteran, and on the Sunday it'll be a Taree Club Day with some major races.
All right, and now speaking of Freddie Williams, how's his health?
Freddie's health, he's nearly 93 now, so it's wavering a bit, but he gets out here. He was here yesterday. I'm not sure whether he's here today, but we look after him very well up there.
And he thoroughly enjoyed himself at the Show and Shine up there at the Pitt Town Sports Club recently.
Yes, he did enjoy himself, and he's got the most wonderful memory. He remembers everything. And look, if anybody can get hold of Freddie's book that he wrote, he's done some wonderful things with his 93 years. Like, people just don't realise where he's been and what he's done. And like, the first man to build water skis in Australia, way back then.
Yeah, no, we did see a lot of that on that Hall of Fame night, and he's an absolute treasure, and I don't think that anyone will be able to surpass Fred in years to come for what Fred's done previously.
Oh gosh, no, there's nobody in those footsteps, so it'll be a really sad time when that comes, and we know that comes to everybody, but yeah, it will be a sad time.
Well, Ronda Walkovich, it's great to see you here this weekend. Great to see you're on the mend health-wise and the like. Our condolences regarding Michael, and it's great to see you back here at Raymond Terrace.
Thank you, Craig.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen, one of the real good sports in our sport, Ronda Walkovich.
One of the new guys in the sport of circuit powerboat racing, of course, Kurt Rod, the driver's name, and his business, a great supporter of us here at the Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club, KJO Haulage. Kurt, very big welcome, mate. Great to see you out in the water. You're new to the sport?
Yes, new, mate. Yep. So first time with a new engine, new combo today. Pretty happy with it at the moment, and we'll see what happens on the next race.
Okay, your background?
Yeah, I've had boats since I've been about 17, but not race or circuit boats, mate, no.
How did you become aware? How did you get involved?
Just being local here to the terrace and just coming down and watching it, and then just purchasing my boat myself. Yeah, enjoy it. I think it's a good sport. Everyone in the sport is very accommodating and very welcoming.
You getting a lot of help?
I am, yeah, especially from the likes of Mick McIntosh. Mick's a good bloke. Yeah, the rest of them are too. Dave Freeman, Pete Hall. Everyone's pretty helpful, yeah.
You done many club days as such, or this one of your first weekends of racing?
Before COVID, I did about 3 club days, 2 here and 1 at Windsor. Went pretty well. That was with the LS1 engine in it. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, it's good fun.
What's the power plant now?
It's a 383 Chev. Don't know the horsepower, but yeah, it's pretty good. Just going gently at the moment. I'll give it a bit more of a stab this time.
Okay, the speed bracket classes are great for this sport.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I like to race against the likes of Mick and that, where we're in a bit of a bracket and we know what we can do, and yeah, it's challenging. It's good. Yeah, I like it.
KJR Haulage, let us know a little about your company, because they're a great supporter of us here at Raymond Terrace.
Yeah, I've got 2 B-doubles and 1 road train, header. So yeah, I'm just in the pastoral industry, just harvesting and carting on my own hay and straw and grain. Yeah.
Where do we find you on social media?
Oh, you don't? No, I've got my own network, so yeah, I've got enough work on, to be honest. Yeah, too much. Yeah.
Or word of mouth, I trust.
It is, mate. Yeah, just through the farmers. Yeah, so no, I've got plenty going on. It's good.
So this is the social aspect of your life at the moment.
It is, yeah. The kids love coming out and seeing the boat and watching me race. It's good fun. It does take a little bit of time away, but no, it's good. I enjoy it.
Speaking of the kids, have they shown a tendency to maybe get behind the wheel of a junior boat in years to come?
Yeah, especially Nixon, my oldest son, who's 7. He'll be jumping in a little wing boat pretty soon. So yeah, that'll be good. Take up some more time.
All right, Kurt, all the best, mate. Thank you very much. Most importantly, thank you to KJR Haulage for the continued support, and best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you.
The guy that we love seeing in New South Wales, particularly Raymond Terrace, Mark Ebenrider from South Australia. Welcome, Mark. Saturday was pretty good. You're hoping to replicate it today?
Oh, I'd like to replicate it in every race, to be honest. I think everybody would. But no, it was a good day yesterday. You know, not enough racing, but yeah, it was good enough to go out and sort of try out the course and see where the corners were.
You know, you're just telling me the first time here at the Terrace. In comparison to your home club at the Adelaide Speedway Club, any comparisons there, Mark?
Well, it's still salty water, but yeah, we'll see with the winds picking up now. It might get a bit choppy, and I've been told it's a bit choppy here, and home roughs up a bit when it wants to pretty well. Yeah. The only thing is, as long as you don't have any dolphins, we'll have a good day's racing.
Yeah, I don't think we have that problem here, but mate, the Reuters boat, you know, this is one of the explicit boats, and you've got one hell of a good boat here. Just let us know about the hull and the plant.
Well, we've done a bit of work to it. There was must have been some damage at some stage in the States, and it's taken us probably a couple of years to sort of work out that it's not me and it's not the setup. So we've actually cut the inside of the boat out in between the bearers and strengthened it all up. You know, we found a wet patch in there, so it's actually starting to come good. We've sort of probably made 5 mile an hour out of that, which is pretty reasonable. The engine, well, it's pretty much an everyday standard Penske Dodge. Yep. It's 5.8 litres, which is standard bore stroke. Yeah, we put it together out of spare parts, and we heard it last meeting down at Windsor. So we've had to head off, put a new camshaft in it. So that could be why we're a little bit slower here as well. Might just not be making quite the same amount of power.
You mentioned something there a moment ago. You found 5 mile an hour in this class. That's a lot of miles.
Yeah, no, but we had a big problem with the inside of the boat being soft, and it was actually compressing the laminations and making a void underneath the boat, which was slowing it down.
Yep.
We just couldn't get past it.
Your background, where did you come before you joined the circuit boat racing?
I've raced sidecars before, bitumen road racing. I was involved with it for many years with some friends. I only ever raced 1 year there, but I've had to play at dirt bikes and bits and pieces here and there, and always wanted to go boat racing, but we had a young family at the time and not as much money, and now we're sort of a little bit more in a better position anyway.
You mentioned sidecars. Were you a rider or passenger?
I've done both. I'll stick with hanging onto the handlebars. It's I feel a lot better when I know my own destiny.
Because back in the old days in the Sydney Showground here, you used to see some of the passengers and think they're absolutely nuts.
Yeah, but that was Speedway. They would have been Speedway. We're road racing, so we're probably going a lot faster. And they all reckon we're crazy, because I reckon the passengers all reckon we're crazy because they can get off the bike anytime they want, they reckon.
Today, you've got some big races, the Greg Lewis that all of you guys are after, and of course you're banking points for round 2 of the Trojan.
Yeah, well, we didn't do very well up at Windsor. We had a couple of good rounds on the Saturday and then hurt the engine on Saturday afternoon in the Menace. So, yeah, just wanted to keep going all weekend, we're not going to stretch ourselves too far. We've fattened it up, put a bit more fuel in it to make it a bit safer. Run the weekend, and then we'll go to Yarrawonga and try and do the same thing again.
You've got some good sponsors you'd like to thank?
Yeah, Evan Reuter Diesel Service, myself. Active Batteries in Adelaide, they help us out, so they get us started all the time. I've got crew, I've got a fairly mixed sort of crew. I've got guys who'll help me up here, like the Howards, and electrician here. I'm trying to find his stubby old one. I'm caught on names here. Anyway, and I've got my mate Steve, and he's just come back from holidays overseas. So, and Phil, he's out driving his truck. So, yeah, the regular guys I usually have aren't available. So that's just how it rolls. Yeah. And we're just thankful enough. I know enough people here, and they'll come up and give me a hand.
And we spoke with a few drivers yesterday. You mentioned other guys giving you a hand. There's a lot of camaraderie in the sport, isn't there?
Oh yeah, there is, and I'll help most people who want a hand. It goes pretty easy, and it's Riley Vanderpool who's actually helped me out this weekend. He's got an auto electrician business here in Raymond Terrace.
Sponsors.
Yeah. So he's sort of come down and helped me out because we just didn't have anyone.
Yeah. All right, mate. Look, best of luck today, and let's hope you take a few trophies, a bit of cash home to Adelaide.
Oh, just as long as I take a boat that's going home, I'll be brilliant. I'll be pretty happy.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Evan-Reuter.
Cheers.
Okay, one of our great sponsors here this weekend for the big Warmsley Lewis weekend at the Hunter River, the Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club. Of course, Mr. Kevin Price, proprietor of Price Engines. Kevin, thanks very much, mate. The business has been going for since 2005?
Yes, correct, yeah. I bought the business off Repco. I ran it for Repco for about 13 years for those guys before they offered me to buy it. So double mortgage on the house, and here we are. Yeah.
Okay. You've taken the boys from GP Hydro live stream through the factory.
Yeah.
You got a unique band of customers. You got from all forms of motorsport and the general public.
Yes, correct. We do a fair bit of boat stuff, a bit of drag race. We do a bit of dirt stuff, but also we do a lot of just stock diesel. Mum and Dad's Suzuki motor in there that Tyler's just put together. So we do a vast range and a lot of everything, really. Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty good.
And there's a rule powerboat flavour about the factory. Young Ryanese, one of your young staff here.
Yeah.
You know, whenever I used to see Price Engines back in the day, I used to think of Alan Newton straight away. I believe there's a pretty warm friendship between you and Al.
Yes, we've been friends with Al for probably 15, 20 years now. I came on board early in the days of the old Desperado boat when he was struggling a bit, so I helped him out with a bit of machining and stuff like that, and Al regularly comes and helps with the dyno and stuff, and yeah, like I was saying before, we just finished 2 blown engines for Michael's new boat that's about to be on the water, so exciting things coming for the Newtons.
Engine-wise, where's your specialty lie, or you're jack of all trades?
Well, I'm a fitter machinist by trade, so mainly just machining for me. I do a little bit of tuning, but I don't do any EFI stuff or anything like that, so just the basic tuning for in the dyno room and machining for me. Yeah.
Okay, a lot of the business comes from the local fraternity here?
Yeah, local dealerships, local mechanics, local races. Yeah, we get a bit of everything.
Okay. We were speaking a little bit earlier about, we're talking about, this came from McCosker and this came from...
Yeah.
So you've got a bit of history, Kev?
Yes, I used to do a lot of machining and help Brian a bit with the Liberty boat back in the day. That's actually Brian's dyno. That's Brian's milling machine over there that used to make the McCoy cylinder heads on, which are a bit of a work of art. I have all of the jigs and stuff upstairs for the McCoy heads. Yeah, a bit of history there for Brian. Yeah.
We don't see it a lot where the driver is an engine builder and mechanic.
Oh, mate, for a guy that can make his own cylinder head, machine and build his own engine, put a whole boat together, then race it and win world titles and Australian titles, it gives me goosebumps talking about it. There's no one I've ever met like it.
No, he was unique, wasn't he?
He was a one-off. He was a freak,
yeah,
Brian, yeah, and a very good friend and very sadly missed.
Very sadly missed. Price Engines, where do you see yourselves in 10 years?
Retired.
Happily?
Well, my son, Callan, he works here. Tyler's my second cousin. So it's a little bit of a family thing. So I'm hoping the young boys will take it on. I'll just hand those guys over the reins and come and help here and there and hopefully be able to stand back a bit in the future.
You're based here at Pendlebury Road at Cardiff?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, and where do we find you on social media?
Well, so it's Price Engines is basically just on Facebook, and we have our own website, like priceengines.com.au. Price is spelt with a Y. It's a Welsh spelling, so a little bit unique.
Unique, yeah.
Yeah. So that's where you can find us, mate.
Okay. Look, on behalf of everyone from Raymond Terrace and the general boating population, thanks for your continued support.
No problem.
Needless to say, weather-wise, we've got a great weekend weather-wise, and let's go for the Price Engines, eh?
Absolutely. Thank you.
There we go. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Kevin Price from Price Engines, one of our great supporters this weekend. A guy, his business that is synonymous with the Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club is, of course, Mr. Kane Banister. Kane, your wonderful firm, Banister Marine, have been around about 40 years now?
46 years. So, still going.
Okay, where did Banister Marine first start off?
So Mum and Dad kicked the business off in Cabramatta, so 46 years ago, in a shed in the backyard. And, from there they've just grown. So we had a larger shed, and then we've moved out of Moorebank in Sydney to the establishment we are here now. So,
okay, so the business has just grown and grown.
It keeps growing. We sort of back in the day we kind of moved up this way to sort of settle down a bit and get out of the rat race, so to speak. And the business has just kept going. So we've got a lot of contracts with Sydney Trains, so that's continued on, doing lots of fiberglass repairs for those guys. And then plus all the insurance work that's in our workshop.
Okay, Club Marine and NRMA are a preferred insurer with you. Any others?
Basically all the major insurers. So if you have an accident or you scratch your boat, or we get lots of jet ski repairs, sea-doo repairs, where those guys crash into each other or run into their mates or whatnot. We get a lot of that sort of work. We do a lot of stuff for Malibu in Sydney. So a lot of their specialised gel coat repairs. So yeah.
Okay, your website, I'm having a good look earlier in the week that, you know, you specialise in boat repairs, but there's also boat detailing. You look after a lot of personal watercraft, being your jet skis.
Yeah, correct.
A lot of stuff with keels of boats.
Yeah, so it's multifaceted, I guess. Over the years, we've sort of spread our wings a fair bit wider than just doing the boat side. And then we've taken on motorhomes and caravans and anything fiberglass related. We do a lot of shower bases, in caravans where they might have splits or cracks. We do that sort of work. But the detail work we do enjoy, to get your old boat in and it's, show it some love and get it shined up again. So, yeah.
Okay, and you're located just short of the beautiful Lake Macquarie?
Yeah, we've got views to Lake Macquarie from the factory. So not on the water, but fairly close to it. So, yeah, it's a great spot. Love it.
Okay. Your business, do you get a lot of trade from circuit powerboat races?
We do quite a bit, yeah. So we don't sort of say we do a lot, but we bits and pieces, and we try not to sort of probably tell a lot of people that we do that type of work. A lot of guys, they want to make a gain or they want to make a change. We don't sort of, put it on social media or tell everyone that we're doing this or doing that. So we've got certain boats that come in from time to time. We make tweaks and changes to try and get a performance gain from those boats. And then, and we try and work with those teams to get the little bits and pieces out of it. Rather than, the guys spend a fortune on motors, we say, look, you can probably get a fair bit more out of your boat as well, for a fraction of the cost of if you're putting, more horsepower into something. Sometimes that's not always the answer.
Okay, some wonderful photos in your office here. The boat that I remember when I first started to follow the sport, of course, was the Banister of the Marlin family.
Yep. That mould is still up on our mezzanine. So it was an original Mick Whiteley. My dad purchased that through Mick back in the day, and so we've built a few of those now. And Troy Marlins run those boats for a long, long time. My dad before Troy, and with Derek as well. So they won everything in 5 litre. We've won everything in 6 litre. And now with the other Madness boat, we've won the Worlds with that. So with everything we sort of try and touch or play with, we want to succeed. We want to do well with.
Okay, so you've had a fairly high success rate.
Well, we give it a crack. So, yeah.
You've got some wonderful staff working for you?
Yeah, wonderful staff, as in we've got Kane Casson working for us. There's only myself and him, and the two of us, we put in the hard yards, and he's fantastic in our business. Coming from a boat, from a boating family, he puts in a lot of effort and a lot of time, and he's a fantastic tradesman, and we get so much more for everyone based on his knowledge as a boat racer to what we do in the business. So it's fantastic.
Okay, so I'd imagine he's learning plenty from you, but you're probably learning a bit from him also.
Yep. You never stop learning. The day you stop learning is the day you die.
Okay. Listen, just a really big thank you on behalf of the Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club. You've been a wonderful supporter for many, many years. Where do we find you on social media?
I have been off social media lately, but yeah, we got a Facebook page. We've got an Instagram, but you can see all that work we do. I've got some boats in the workshop at the moment. There's a restoration we're doing now for a old Ramsey Rebel, so full metal flake respray, gel coat, new stringers, new bearers, new soles. So that's in the shop now. There's a Nautique outside. Nautique, it's a Mastercraft, sorry. The customer picked it up. He's a farmer. He's picked it up with his tractor to move it on the trailer to do some work and then split the deck. So that's in for repairs. There's a motorhome out there where the old fella that drives it's a big overhang past the rear axle, and he's swung too wide and taken out the rear end. So that sort of stuff. It's all insurance repairs is our business. So,
well, we always say that we need to support those that support our great sport, and there's no one better than Kane Casson from Banister Marine. Kane, thanks for your time, mate. We hope to see you down at the venue over the weekend.
I'm looking forward to it. Can't wait. Thank you.
So just let everyone know this afternoon's program. We've got Heat 2 of the Ray Joe Warmsley Trophy. That's unlimited. Heat 6 for the 95 mile per hour. Heat 6 for the outboard. Final of the Greg High Flyer Lewis Trophy. Heat 7 of the 95 mile per hour. Heat 3 of the Ray Joe Warmsley Trophy. Heat 7 of the outboard. And races 17-18, the Heat 4A and 4B of the Trojan point score. And our final race today will be the Commodore's Invitational. Okay, our final's been determined for the Greg High Flyer Lewis. Out of 1, Shenanigans. LM Raceware out of 2. Impulse out of 3. Rastus out of 4. Reuters out of 5. So the Heat race coming up for the Ray Joe Warmsley Trophy. Out of 1 will be Explicit Chris Hearn. Abigail Craig Stormer out of 2. Tate Ramsey in Reckless out of 3. Wild Child Darren Robinson out of 4. And Tough Enough Dave Clark out of 5. So we've got 2 New South Wales out of 1 and 2. 3 and 4 going to Victoria. And our sole South Australian, Dave Clark, he comes out of pole 5. Next heat of the Ray Joe Warmsley for our unlimited boats this weekend. Absolute stellar field here for the next heat of the Ray Joe Warmsley. Hope everyone watching at home, courtesy of GP Hydro live stream on the YouTube channel. Brought to us by Scotty Lambert and his wonderful cameraman Neil and Paul. Those watching at home, whether it's here within Australia or overseas. The wind has died considerably, but there has been an expected change of the wind turning round from the north. And speaking to the local officials here, that's the last thing we need. So we're going to push ahead with these events. So we do not want any racing curtailed because of water conditions. Cracker field coming up. Great to see all the kids here this weekend. A big happy birthday tomorrow for Dylan Wood, turns 12 years of age, Dylan. Happy birthday going to young Dill. So we have a white flag aloft our start boat, ladies and gents. We're just waiting for water conditions to settle. Our officials here from the Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club will give our pole boat start the A-OK to bring them down onto the AW pools front straight. Hang on to your hats, ladies and gents. Here they come onto the AW pools. Front straight. We have a flag, and down we go. Great start by have a go. Breaks corner. The look of Reckless through the centre. And right down the outside is Darren Robinson heading into Junction Inn. Wow. It's Robinson on the outside. Reckless. The two Victorians side by side. On the Banister Marine back straight. Have a go in third place, and Explicit in fourth. Look at Robinson around the outside on the polytherm, coming onto the AW Pearls front straight. Reckless Tate Ramsey. Darren Robinson in second place.
Craig Storner holding a good third. It's the two supercharged boats leading the turbos. All boats now on Banister Marine back straight. The boats coming out of Polytherm onto the AW Pearls front straight for phenomenal time. Craig Storner there in a solid third. And it's the Victoria 1 and 2 on the course at the moment. Coming out of Banister Marine onto the AW Pearls front straight. That man, Tate Ramsey, once again. Darren Robinson second. The man from CMS Plumbing, Craig Storner, home in third. Unfortunately, explicit Chris Hearn has stopped just coming out of Polytherm onto the AW Pearls front straight. The explicit team will be very disappointed there. So next race on the water, race for our 95 mile per hour class, one of our speed classes this weekend. We have 12 numbers left in the 50 club raffle. Tickets $10 each. The winner takes home $200 this afternoon. We've got 12 tickets to sell. The quicker we sell those tickets, the quicker we can draw them. Merchandise on sale, the white t-shirts, the event t-shirts $35, $20 for the black. $10 for the stubby coolers.
Just a quick word as to the 50 Club tickets, $10 each. They can be obtained from the barbecue area, where you also can purchase some merchandise. $10 each, $200 winner. Okay, 90. $95 mile an hour, our next class on the water, the speed class. Eliminator, Anthony Nibbs, the Hall of Famer. He comes out of 1. Steptoe, Greg Brown out of 2. Glenn Brown, beg your pardon. Just Send It, Kurt Rod out of 3. And Hot Lemon, Ronda Walkovich out of pole 4. The 95 mile per hour will be followed by the final of the Greg Highfly Lewis. Greg taken from us a couple of years ago now due to illness. One of the finest drivers on the Circuit Boat Tour and one of the best gentlemen you'd ever want to meet.
Just a reminder, those 50 Club raffle tickets are able to be obtained from the barbecue area of the Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club. Tickets $10 each. $200 goes to the winner. So the remaining tickets available at the barbecue area, $10 each. $200 goes to the winner. White flag aloft our start boat, ladies and gents. We'll see our 4 contestants come out on the water. The gun driver this weekend has been Glenn Brown, driver of Steptoe. He's been the gun driver. So we can see Ronda Walkovich in the yellow boat, the Hall of Famer. The Hall of Famer Anthony Nibbs in Eliminator. Just send it, Kurt Rod. Speaking of Hall of Fame, the Vintage and Veterans Club held the Hall of Fame night some 5 weeks ago now. Next boat on the course is the boat Steptoe. This is the guy to watch. Just going back to the Vintage and Veterans Night, where a number of people were inducted into the Hall of Fame. It was a fabulous night there at the Pittown Sports Club. I know one guy that was there, his name's Greg Stubbs. He's watching us on the GP hydroplane. Live streaming YouTube page. So very good afternoon to you, Greg. I know you're calling, you're watching from Hawaii with all your personal servants and on the Banana Lounge. So a very big hi to Greg Stubbs. Greg, one of the great workers, part of the Vintage and Veterans. So I hope you're enjoying the coverage in Hawaii, Greg. Like a number of our people watching the stream are today. 95 mile per hour. This has been one of our strongest classes all weekend. Unfortunately, another guy that we did see out, and he was a strong performer, was Mick McIntosh in the boat timeout. He did a prop shaft late yesterday afternoon. So it was a real shame, not only for Mick, but it was a shame for the spectators as well. But the 2 guys that have really impressed me today, of course, Steptoe there, Glenn Brown and Kurt Rod Driver have just sent it. 2 guys I haven't seen race before. Very, very impressive. Impressive young people. And they've shown the seasoned veterans in Anthony Nibbs and Ronda Walkovich the way round here on the Hunter River, right here at Raymond Terrace. Just a quick reminder, the Northern Rivers Powerboat Club are holding a big 2-day event next weekend at Corcoran Park at Grafton. So to Chrissy Whalen there and Grant Healy, hope the weekend goes really well for you. The following weekend, of course, a really big meeting for the Victorians, the big Glen Maggie Cup, that being held, I think, on about the 4th and 5th of November. So we've got some big meetings to come up. For those who can't attend, of course, Scotty Lambert and GP Hydro live stream, they'll be attending both Grafton and Glen Maggie.
So for the next 2 weekends, those people unable to attend, they can watch Scott's wonderful coverage via the GP Hydroplane live stream YouTube channel. Coming up at the start, ladies and gentlemen, 95 mile per hour, a speed restricted class. Flag is down. So set boat once again, Steptoe, just sending it. And on the outside, Hot Lemon, Anthony Nissen Eliminator's got the pole. He comes round, he's moved from fourth to first in one foul swoop, but Steptoe moved back into the lead on the Banister Marine back straight. The boat's heading out of Banister Marine, coming up to Polytherm Pools and Restoration. Onto the AW Pools front straight, first time around. Look at this. We got Nibs on the inside, the Hall of Famer. He leads out. Well, he was leading out, but he's moved back to second place. That man, Kurt Rod, instead moved into the lead once again. Sorry, that's Glenn Brown, driver of Step 2, leading from Anthony Nibs in Eliminator. Kurt Rod in just sending it. He's back in third. And Ronda Walkovich in Hot Lemon has been left in fourth place. Look at this battle for the second and third down the Banister Marine back straight. That man, Glenn Brown, once again, Steptoe leading out. In second place, look at this good battle. Just sending it on the inside, Eliminator on the outside. What a great duel for second and third. I think it's all over with Steptoe in front. But Kurt Rod, he's moved into second, and I'll tell you what, he's charging down. Glenn Brown and Steptoe, a good half lap to go. Has Rod got anything for Brown? We're going to find out very shortly because they're on the AW Pearls front straight. Final time, Glenn Brown and Steptoe. He's just about won all races for the 95 mile per hour class this weekend. He takes the win. Kurt Rod in second and just sending it. Eliminator third. And Hot Lemon back in fourth place. Important notice from the Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club barbecue area. Egg and bacon rolls for $3. $3 for those still a little bit peggish. $3 egg and bacon rolls, thank you, from the Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club barbecue area.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final of the Greg High Flyer Lewis Trophy for 2023. Needless to say that the man to beat will be Shenanigans. So Shenanigans have come out of pole 1. LM Race where Jaden Mayfield out of 2. Impulse. Brendan Mason out of 3. Impulse. Rastus. Steve Rarity out of 4. And Reuters Mark Ebenreuter out of 5. So 2 numbers left for the 50 club. 2 numbers, $10 each, $200 to the winner. And tickets are available. Those 2 sold tickets available at the Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club canteen. As soon as those 2 tickets are swallowed up, we'll draw that. And someone is going to walk out of here $200 richer. One of the most prestigious races on the calendar. In speaking with Chris Pugsley yesterday with one of our interviews for the live stream, he did talk about his friendship and the great loss suffered when Greg was taken away from us with his illness. One of the real gentlemen in the sport, but by God, could he drive? He mixed it with the best of them. He was an accountant by trade and didn't care who he mixed it with. 2023, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Greg High Fly Lewis Trophy. Hang on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. Who's it going to be? We've seen the great return of Impulse. Brendan Mason. He was as sick as a dog yesterday with food poisoning. He's come back with a vengeance today. They've prepared to have sorted the engine issues. White flag aloft our start boat. Here they go. And we have a flag down. Good start by all 5 boats. It's Pugsley on the inside, however. And Brendan Mason. And right down the outside, Mark Ebenreuter. Look at this. 3 goes into 1. But it's Pugsley. In Shenanigans, Brendan Mason, the local boy. He's moved into the lead from Chris Pugsley. Look at this drag race on the Banister Marine back straight. Look at Burton, 4th, Ebenreuter and Mayfield. And Rarity's there somewhere, but look at this battle for 1st and 2nd. On the inside, we've got Pugsley, but Mason on the outside. Mason on the outside and Impulse. They're going to Reuters, LM Raceway, and Rarity bring up the tail. Banister Marine next time around. Brendan Mason. Will he hang on here? He's opened up about 80 metres over Chris Pugsley, but we know Pugsley won't give up. Reuters in a clear 3rd place now. But the local boy, he knows every millijoule of water in this Hunter River, and his name's Brendan Mason. Brendan coming out of the junction in as he put this race to bed. He's got a half a lap to go. He's come round the outside of Pugsley. Not too many people do that. Reuter's still holding 3rd. But ladies and gentlemen, warm those heads.
winner of the 2023 Spring Highflyer Lodge goes to Brendan Mason. Chris Wamsley home in second. Third going to Mark Evan Reuer in Reuters. Jaden Mayfield in fourth. Steve Rarity. We're just going to take a quick moment, ladies and gentlemen, speaking to a good mate of his, Adam Wood. Adam, you were saying earlier today they just can't find the issues with this motor. Well, I tell you what, they certainly have now.
Yeah, we always knew once he found it, he'd be hard to beat, and he's proven that today. Ran the outside of Pugs. Not many people have done that.
No, he hasn't done it. He should go out tonight, buy himself some lottery tickets, because not many people do that, and Chris was beaten fair and square. Not many people get round the outside of Chris Pugsley, and we saw Brendan Mason do that coming out of the junction in the bridge turn. I tell you what, you'll go on a victory lap, ladies and gentlemen. We want you to really show your appreciation. This could be the finest win in Brendan's history of racing. This, of course, his home club. Done a lot of racing here, including his Formula Future years, and he will be absolutely stoked. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, show your applause. What a great win. What a great win. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. That's a big, big win for the young fella. He was as sick as a dog yesterday with food poisoning, and they've come back and won one of the biggest trophies on the circuit.
Our two outboards on the course once again. Scott Krauss in the Bud Light, the Tim Seabold 2005 hole. And the other boat there is a Beasley built. So Lambert there in the 14 machine, the Ron Beasley built tunnel. Water conditions are a lot better for these guys than previously. Exposed. So Scott Krauss just about to get the one lap to go. As we said, he's got a Malcolm Everingham hull on order. So coming up to complete the race is Scott Krauss. Scott, of course, the 2018 Jet Sprint Aussie champion. So ladies and gents, we're just about to draw our 50 club raffle. Number 26 and Hancock Racing. So there's a big cheer from the canteen area, the Hancocks. Some of the hard-working committee here at the Raymond Terrace Club. So a very big thank you to those people that bought tickets.
So we've got heat 3 of the Ray Joe Warmsley Trophy. Reckless comes out of 1, Wild Child out of 2, Explicit out of 3, Tough Enough out of 4, Abigail out of 5. Stella Field coming up. Just a word from the Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club canteen. There's still a heap of food left over. Anyone peckish, bacon and egg rolls $3, sausage and onion on a roll $4, cans of drink $3, water $3. So plenty of food, plenty of merchandise also.
The tickets, beg your pardon, not the tickets, the white event shirts, $35 each. The black ones, $20. Stubby coolers, $10 each. So there's plenty of food. For anyone feeling a little bit peckish, there's plenty of food available at the canteen. So just the final of the Ray Warmsley, there was an issue with Wild Child, Darren Robinson. We're just allowing him a little bit of time. The points are very tight at the top end of the field. If it's a quick fix, we're going to give him a little bit of time. If it's going to take more than that, we'll unfortunately have to scratch him from the event. So all the way from Geelong in Victoria, the driver of Reckless, Mr. Tate Ramsey. Also on the course, running for CMS Plumbing,
Craig Storner.
I don't know.
Two boats.
Okay, unfortunately, the final race for the Ray Joe Warmsley Trophy. Only two competitors, Reckless and Abigail. The supercharged boat of Reckless and the turbocharged boat of Abigail Craig Storner. We did interview Craig a little bit early today, and they're starting to get a bit of a
a dial on the performance of this boat. So we have a white flag and it is down. Storner's got a great start on the outside. But Reckless has come on the inside. I tell you what, Storner, he was very good on the outside. He's come on the outside of Reckless. He gets the power, both boats out of the water, but Reckless gets the power down first. Only two boats, ladies and gentlemen, but look at this battle on the Banister Marine back straight, coming into Polytherm. Oh, right round the outside, here comes Storner. Storner on the outside, Ramsey on the inside. You can see Storner, he's gone in very deep indeed, but courtesy of the inside line. Ramsey getting the power down, not quick enough. Storner's come up on the outside. Storner will not give in. Oh, he's gone in deep again, Storner. He'll have to come out very deep indeed. He's coming up to get one to go, one to go. Coming in the junction in, final time, Reckless. Holding a good lead now over Storner. Storner hitting a bit of a rough wash there. And Reckless holding probably 100 metres now back to Abago. Polytherm last time on the AW Pearls branch straight. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, getting a lot of air. Well, for the first two laps, what a battle between the supercharger and the turbocharger. But it was that man again, Tate Ramsey. Great performance, however, from Craig Storner. You see Craig pulling up on the outside of Tate, probably giving him the big thumbs up, saying, "You beat me. You're better on the day, my boy." But I tell you what, Craig should take a lot of encouragement from that race. He's had a pretty dogged 12 months with mechanical issues, but hopefully the flip side of that, it's all over now. He's going to bear a bit of fruit in the green machine. So Reckless, Tate Ramsey, he'll take the checkered flag, and let's show our appreciation when he does do the victory lap for the Ray Joe Warmsley Trophy for 2023. A very happy Tate Ramsey, all the way from Geelong in Victoria. He's taken home some big trophies over the last 12 months. He's the boat to beat at the moment. Of course, Tate, the winner of the prestigious Marge Watson Trophy in Adelaide a little bit early this year. He had a fabulous Windsor Spectacular. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. A really worthy winner. A really good fella. A really good driver. So a few bunny hops there. Of course, who'll forget the King of the River at Windsor in September, side by side for 3 laps with Jamie McCutcheon in Bulldog. Tate the winner again there. But he's certainly the guy that has got number 1 on the side of the boat. Very reliable, very clean driver on the water. And congratulations going to Tate. Really well done. All right, just let everyone know what's happening not only here at the venue, but the good people at home watching either within Australia or internationally. We've got 95 mile per hour race coming up, followed by a heat of the Trojan for 6 litres, the Commodore's Invitation, and then maybe one further race for 6 litres, being the final race of the day, running for the Trojan Trophy. Coming to the close of the weekend, and really big thank you to all our sponsors.
Armour Composite Engineering. A very big thank you to Adam Fairburn there. He's been a great supporter of not only this club but also the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club. Adzers Towing, Adam Hartman there. Thank you, Adam. Andrew Warmsley, AW Pearls. They're based at Williamtown. And of course, it's his dad, Ray, that we're honouring this weekend, the Ray Joe Warmsley Trophy. Argo Race Products, Phil Carl. Thank you, Phil. Phil's based at Morpeth. Williamtown is the base there for Andrew Warmsley and AW Pearls. Cranky Race Engines and Marine, Dave Freeman. Thank you to Dave, based at Mandowie. Banister Marine, Warners Bay. Great workshop Kane has got there. Banister Marine. Kane Bannister, here's your contact. Adam at the Junction Inn, a big crowd there last night for the pole draws. Been a great supporter of racing here at Raymond Terrace for a number of years. Hunter Concrete Pump Hire. Red McDonald, thank you, Red. Red's based at Maitland. Johnny Lawler, the contact there of Lawler Built. Kurt Rod. Now, Kurt's had a sensational couple of days driving the boat, just send it. His company, KJR Haulage, based at Maitland, have been a great supporter of ours for the last couple of years. McGrath meets Ryan McIntosh. I'm sure Ryan would have loved to have been here this weekend in his 6-litre boat, lock and load. Unfortunately, he had a big meat order that he needed to get dispatched, which precluded from him competing this weekend. So McGrath meets Ryan McIntosh, based at Taree. Marine Line Boat Upholstery, Rick and Dean Gerard there. Berkeley Vale, thank you very much. Polytherm Pearl Resurfacing and Restorations, Craig Power, here based at Thornton. Thank you, Craig. N&J Handrails, Jay Thornton. Once again, a very thank you to Price Engines, Kevin Price. Saw Kev at Cardiff on Friday. What a workshop Kev's got. So, Kev, thanks very much for your continued support. Braden Hall there at Primary Plumbing Services on the Hawkesbury. Not only a great supporter of ours, but a great supporter of the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club. A very good afternoon, Shane Greentree. Thanks for your attendance today. Ryan Hall Speed Shop, or Speed Centre, Ryan Hall. Pity wasn't here this weekend. Of course, Ryan, the driver of the nearboat Arisen, powered by boat with what they call a Pro Charger. We saw what it could do at the Upper Hawkesbury. Once he gets this boat sorted, it's going to be an absolute weapon. So thanks to Ryan Hall Speed Centre, for your support of our event this weekend. RA Auto Electrical, Riley and Amy Vanderpoel. We did speak to Riley a little bit earlier. So thank you very much to Riley and Amy. And finally, well, this guy, he's had one hell of a weekend. absolutely crook as Rookwood yesterday with food poisoning. He's come back today. The boat has been absolutely magnificent. He's come back today and won the Greg High Fly Lewis Trophy. He's driven around the outside of Pugs, or Chris Pugsley, and you just don't see that. So he's had one hell of a high and low weekend. Terribly ill yesterday. But I tell you what, that'll put a smile on his dial with the Greg High Fly Lewis Trophy today. And a very big thank you to Brendan and his company Universal CNC Machinery. Just waiting on a couple of boats, ladies and gentlemen. A couple have a few mechanical issues, just giving some of them a little bit of time. I believe there will be at least two 95-mile-per-hour boats coming onto the water very shortly. Final 95 per hour race this weekend. We've got the Hall of Famer Anthony Nibbs in Eliminator.
and Glenn Brown, beg your pardon, and Steptoe. This is a guy that's really impressed me this weekend, along with Kurt Wright. Both Kurt and Glenn. Haven't seen them race before, but gee, they've been impressive. Coming up to the start, final 95 mile per hour race for the weekend. Steptoe, Glenn Brown. Anthony Nibbs driving Eliminator. And we have a flag down, ladies and gentlemen. So Steptoe, Glenn Brown there going around Junction Inn. Onto Banister Marine. He's got probably a good 30-metre break over Anthony Nibbs already. Both on the Banister Marine back straight. Boats fitted with GPS. Speed bracket class, not allowed to go over that 95 mile per hour mark. So once again on the Banister Marine back straight, Steptoe has opened up that lead. He's jumped off the throttle a little bit though. So coming out of Banister Marine and around Polytherm, Pool Restorations. Southern turn. Now onto the AW Pools. Front straight. So one to go for our 95 mile per hour boats. Steptoe already out of Junction Inn onto Banister Marine. The final time out of Polytherm onto the AW Pools, front straight. Glenn Brown, a really good weekend for Glenn. It's been hugely successful. So our next heat for the Trojan series will be Reuter's out of 1, Mark Ebenreuter. Out of 2, Brian Kilpatrick, Melody 11. And Rastus, Steve Rarity out of 3. There's still plenty of food available at the Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club canteen. Plenty of cooked food available. Tons of coffee still open. Quino's Quick Snaps still have a full table of photos and prints, framed pictures for sale.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Second last heat. Second last heat of the Trojan for the weekend. So Mark Emenreuter in Reuters out of 1. Brian Kilpatrick, Melody 11 out of 2. Steve Rarity, Rastus out of 3. The quiet before the storm. Should be a ripper race, this one coming up. So we've got 2 more heats of the Trojan, followed by the Commodore's Invitation. Okay, we have a white flag aloft our start boat. The start boat will bring them up onto AW Pools front straight. The South Australian will come out of pole 1. And the 2 New South Welshmen will come in of 2 and 3. Ritters has showed really good pace all weekend. Had that bit of a dipsy doodle in Polytherm earlier today. But coming up at the start, ladies and gentlemen, second last heat for the Trojan for the weekend. And we have a race. We have a race start. Reuters. Mark Emenreuter. He leads out from Steve Rarity. Brian Kilpatrick back in third. The boat's coming up to the junction in. You see Reuters going up very wide indeed onto the Banister Marine back straight. So Emenreuter coming out of Polytherm onto the AW Pools, front straight, coming up to complete 1 of 3 for Emenreuter. The Reuters boat very, very strong indeed on the Banister Marine back straight, just coming into Polytherm. I don't know if Rarity can mount a challenge here. He's just too far back. The final time out of the junction in for Mark Emenreuter, driver of Reuters. So this win will make it all the much easier driving home to Adelaide tomorrow. And the win going to Mark Emenreuter. Next along comes Steve Rarity. Rarity driving Rastus. And Kilpatrick just coming around Polytherm. And onto the AW Pools front straight. Just got word from canteen. They've got a number of bags of rolls. So a bag of 6 rolls, $1 each. And they do have eggs, a dozen eggs at $5. So anyone that wants to take home a bit of a cheapie, bags of bread rolls, $1 each. And a dozen eggs for $5.
Test.
So we're not too sure this last race. Shenanigans is due to compete. We're getting word that he may be a non-starter. So Shenanigans was due out of 1, Impulse 2, Tough Enough 3. Big news there for Tough Enough. He did blow an engine in that previous heat. They've rushed off to Andrew Warmsley's factory and they've changed the motor. So big effort from the Clarks. So unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, a scratching. Mr. Cricks Pugsley. There must be an issue with that boat. Gee, we don't see that very often at all. So we've got this and the invitation. That will bring a close to racing this weekend. Start boat just given the okay to bring our two starters onto the course. And what starters we've got? We saw Brendan Mason take out the Greg Highfly Lewis trophy a couple of races ago. He came around the outside of Chris Pugsley. Wow, what a pass. The confidence will be high for Brendan, but I tell you what, great work by the Clarks, getting the new engine in this toughen up boat. All about points, it is. So we do have a start. Mason on the inside. Toughen up on the outside. And it's a great charge to the junction in Hotel. Turn, look at these two, hammer and tong on the banister back straight. Look at this. But Mason. Showing a clean pair of heels coming out of banisters. Into Polytherm and onto the AW Pearls front straight. So both boats now out of junction in and onto the Banister Marine back straight. We knew Brendan had taken a lot of confidence out of the Greg Highfly Lewis trophy, and he's extended the margin now over James Clark. Not sure if Brendan's slowing a bit here. So for the last time he's coming out of Banister Marine, coming around Polytherm, Pearls and Restorations, onto the AW Pearls front straight. Ladies and gentlemen, Brendan Mason! Brendan Mason taking the win. And a gallant second place going to James Clark. There was a mad trash back at the Warmsley factory. They put a new motor in the Clark machine. So well done to Team Clark. We've got a very, very tasty invitational. Out of pole one, we have Brendan Mason. 2023 Greg Highflyer Lewis holder. Out of 2, the big improver this weekend, and running for CMS Plumbing, Craig Storner in the green Abigail. Now the 2 Victorians. Wild Child from Vermont South in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne, Darren Robinson. And from Geelong in southern Victoria, Tate Ramsey in Reckless. So our boats are doing a parade lap, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for our contestants in the Invitational. So once again, a very big thank you for your patronage here this weekend. Hope you've had a couple of great days here on the beautiful Hunter River. Big meeting next weekend at Grafton at Cochrane Park. 2 days. And then the following week, a couple of big days at Lake Glenmaggie in Victoria. This is our final race of the day. Once again, a very big thank you to all our sponsors. Without your support, these days do not go ahead. Thanks to all our volunteers, everyone in the canteen. Thank you to all our jet ski drivers. Thank you to all our rescue craft. To our divers and paramedics, thank you very much. And to all our officials, great job. Big thank you to all the kids that have had a great day here at the Raymond Terrace Aquatic Club. Hope you, Xavier, have enjoyed yourself here today, and let's hope that you get a hell of a big invitation race here. You got some of the best craft, some of the best drivers in Australia on the Hunter River as we speak. Australia's winningest driver currently, he's on the outside closest to us, Mr. Tate Ramsey, driver of Reckless. But the big winner for today has been Brendan Mason. So can the 6 litre get up and challenge the big unlimited boat? I'm I'm certain Craig Storner wants to have a big say about that. And the guy, in addition to Brendan Mason, the guy that had a terrible Saturday but has had a great Sunday, Mr. Darren Robinson in Wildchild. So we've got the two guys from New South Wales on the inside, poles 1 and 2. 3 and 4 have been taken by our Victorians. Okay. Our start boat has been given the okay to bring our 4 competitors down the course. Last race of the day, ladies and gentlemen, Commodore's Invitation. Hang on to your hats, hang on to your briefs. Here we go. The flag is down. Great start out of pole 2 as ever go. Look at this race order, but right down the outside comes Tate Ramsey and Robinson right through the centre. Oh, where do I look? Where do I look? Oh, here they come onto the Banister Marine back straight. Storner. Oh, Reckless right down the outside. Look at this, Robinson. Robinson's come up on the inside. On the outside of Storner. Reckless is in there somewhere. He's in there somewhere. I can't see him. There he comes, Reckless right on the outside. But look on the inside of the course. Have a go at Darren Robinson. Have a go, Storner. He's second. When Robinson goes into the junction in, first off, he's now opened up a bit of a lead over Tate Ramsey and Reckless and Craig Storner. Okay, we've dropped the red flag, ladies and gentlemen. The boat of Brendan Mason has been deemed. He's hit the buoy, and unfortunately the buoy is floating from its designated position. So because 75% of the race has not been completed, it'll be up to officials what they do. They'll probably put the buoy back in its particular place. All right, important announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Due to the damage of the Turnboy, officials have deemed the race not to be rerun. We'd have to pump up further buoys and whatever, and unfortunately we just do not have the time. So unfortunately, the race is deemed to be a non-event due to the problems and the damage to our buoy. So, to everyone here at the venue and everyone at home there on GP Hydro live stream, thanks very much for your patronage here at the venue. Thank you to everyone at home for being part of the 2 days here on the Hunter River. It's been a magnificent weekend of racing. Absolutely unbelievable. Of course, we had that big drama yesterday with Ryan Constable. Fortunately, Ryan's A-OK. But we've had some wonderful racing. The Joe today been taken out by Tate Ramsey. And, of course, the big winner of the Greg Louis Lewis, or High Flyer Lewis, was Brendan Mason. And that big outside pass coming out of Junction Inn. Great support classes, of course. Our 95 mile per hour. We had the Steptoe and Just Send It, two of the newer guys. They were the scene stealers for the weekend. Big thank you to our outboarders. And so thanks to everyone, not only at the venue but at home. Hope you've enjoyed the telecast. Scotty and the crew will be at Cochrane Park, Grafton next Saturday and Sunday. We hope to see you there. And for everyone, have a great afternoon and thanks for viewing. Craig Lynn's my name. On behalf of everyone here, a very good afternoon.